Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Smith Slye coming to you live from KUGR, Cougar College Radio, the student voice of the Palouse. It's me and Gaige Anderson on the call today for Washington State versus Gonzaga. Non-conference, one game before the Cougs stay at home and take on the University of New Mexico for 3 games of Mountain West Conference baseball. Batting practice just wrapped up. Gonzaga's walking off the field. The Cougs are cleaning it up, and we are getting closer to first pitch here at Bailey and Brayton. An absolutely beautiful, gorgeous day on the Palouse. I'm just doing a mic check real quick to make sure that you all can hear me at home. Again, this is Smith Slye on KUGR, Cougar College Radio, the home of Cougar baseball and every single Cougar athletics. We'll be back here in a little bit. Gaige Anderson returning back from the concession stand here. Just doing a little quick audio check, and we'll be back for first pitch at around 6:05 p.m. We'll see you there in just a little bit.
I've been up all week, not getting anything, trying to read the signs. I don't know how much more I can take, how much longer I can wait before I lose my mind. Ooh, for heaven's sake, you take my breath away when you're not even trying. You got me wondering why. What if you were mine? Oh, baby, come on and say it now. too soon, but I'm waiting for you. I think that's long enough. Too long. Tomorrow's already nice. Battles are making fights. It's already been done.
That's the main reason fine. Yeah, knuckle up. Sort of get cold. I had gloves.
Oh, baby, come on and say it now. Just let the words come out. It's easy to say what's on your mind. Say it a million times. Oh, baby, come on and say it now. Just let the words come out. It's easy to say what's on your mind. Say it a million times. my God, this feeling's just begun. I'm saying things I've never said, doing things I've never done. Oh my God, I see you, I should have run. But I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop feeling feelings I feel about us. Try to fight it, but it's never enough. My heart is hurting, it's not that I crush. Cause I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop. But my heart goes. Oh my God, can't believe what I did. I'm thinking things I shouldn't think, singing songs I never sung. Oh my God, when I see you I should run. But I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop feeling feelings I feel about us. Try to fight it, but it's never enough. My heart is hurting, it's not bad or a crush. Cause I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop. Where my heart goes. Cause my heart goes.
Yo, VIP. Let's kick it. Collaborate and listen. I back to the brand new basis. Something got to hold them tight. Flow like a hawk, alien and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights and I flow to the extreme. I rock a mic like a vandal. Light up a stage and rock a chunk like a candle. Dance. That moves up there in your brain like a voice that's mushroom deadly. When I'm playing don't melody, anything less than the best from a felony. Never gonna leave it. You better gain weight. You better hit the rules out of kids don't play. If it was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the flow on my DJ with all it.
Swear to your mother.
Two questions. One, are you guys excited for the game today? Yes. Oh, I got it for free, so. That's a very high markup. And it's used. Look at that.
dresses around me. You're a heartbreaker, dream maker. Love taking broken dresses around me. You're a heartbreaker, dream maker. Love taking broken dresses around me. You're a heartbreaker, dream maker. Love taking heartbreaker.
Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the state, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much other things you want, they got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got my tin in my hand and the dream in my heart. I'm a low out case, set tripping banker. And my homies is down, so gonna rock my hands. So that thing, nothing but the heartbeat. The way I'm living, I can do it, die. What can I say?
Good evening, baseball fans, and welcome to tonight's matchup between the Gonzaga Bulldogs and your Washington State Cougars. Today's game is sponsored by Palouse, supporting people with disability on the Palouse for over 50 years. Washington State University and the Mountain West Conference have assigned a high priority to assuring that events are conducted in a safe and enjoyable atmosphere. Please join us in making this event a pleasant experience for our visitors and all spectators. Washington State University and the Mountain West thanks you for your cooperation. Stop by the marking table located next to the concession stand to pick up a complimentary Cougar baseball poster, a Cougar baseball pennant, and today's game day roster. Stay fueled up during today's game by visiting the WSU concession stand. They have a variety of snacks, beverages, and ballpark food, including the series featured menu item, the 5 for $25 hot dog bundle. Fans, as a reminder, foul balls and bats may enter the seating area at any time during today's game. Please stay alert and keep your eyes on the field. Calling all current Cougs, the student scout-a-thon is here, which means you're one step closer to winning. For every home baseball game you attend in the month of April, you are automatically entered for a chance to win prizes, including a grand prize drawing of a brand new electric scooter. Head to the marking table and scan the QR code for more information. Go Cougs! Moscow and Pullman Building Supply, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics, has everything you need to complete your home improvement projects. Come visit them at our Moscow location on North Main Street. You have the Cougs jersey, the hat, and maybe even the license plate. So do you have the Cougs debit card that supports Cougar Athletics every time you use it? Visit a local Visa branch or Visa.com to get your Cougs card today. It's Cougs Proud, pocket size. Nike, a proud partner of Cougar Athletics. When you wear Nike, you wear what the Cougars wear. Coors Light, now with cold refreshments, choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly.
If you wanna run away with me, I know what you're saying. I can take you for a ride. I had a premonition, I refill it to a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining so bright. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you might be at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby. No sugar, I'm levitating.
I'm one of the greatest, ain't no debate on it. I'm still levitated, I'm heavily medicated. Ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me she loved me and she could wait. Fighting hard for your love and I'm running thin on my patience. Need someone to hug and took it back to the basics. You see what you got me out here doing? Might have threw me off, but can't nobody stop the movement. Let's go, left foot, right foot, levitated. Pop star, do a leap with the baby. I had to let my shoes fall, the blessings I was chasing. If I ever slip, I fall into a better situation. So catch up, go put some cheese on me, get out and get your bread up. They always leaving you far, but you run together. Weight of the world on my shoulders, I kept my head up. Now baby, stand up, cause girl, you.
You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm meditating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm meditating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm meditating. If I wait with me tonight, if I wait with me tonight, baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah. I'm meditating. If I wait with me tonight, if I wait with me tonight, baby, let me take you for a ride. And even if I was to a concert, you want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. If I wait with me tonight, if I wait with me tonight, baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah. I'm levitating. If I wait with me tonight, if I wait with me tonight, baby, let me take you for a ride. I got you. I need you. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. I just wanna move all night, yeah. Oh, baby, I need to know. I just fantasize, and we got a lot of time. Baby, can you go to fight? Can you move outside, yeah. Oh, baby, I need to know. What's your size? I have to try to find. Daddy, don't go. Don't go wide. You get shot at 10. You could go to 5. I don't put my pen. Make me what I write. Yeah. Whoa. Can't help but be sexual. Tell me you're sketchable. I got a lot of new tricks for you, baby. Just saying I'm flexible. I do what they can to get you up. Just move up a microphone. Even like I need an age now. You can tell me to change my girl. You can do it, keep it ready for some. Nobody is a danger zone. You know my looking to bother me. I could be wondering if you come up could be better. It's your phone, but I can up the sweater. You can give me like you're checking each other. I need to know. What's like? What's like? I don't got no tight. I just wanna rock all night, yeah. Oh, baby, I need to know. I just fantasize, and we got a lot of time. Baby, can go to fight, get in the right side, yeah. Oh, baby, I need to know. You're exciting, boy, come find me. Your eyes on me, girl, come ride me. Love that feeling, both us fighting. Could you try your most light? Try to see if you can handle this.
Good evening, baseball fans, and welcome to today's matchup between the Gonzaga Bulldogs and your Washington State Cougars. Tonight's game is sponsored by Boost Collaborative, supporting people with disabilities on the Palouse for over 50 years. Now, let's meet the game starting lineups, presented by Giza Credit Union. First, for the
This is a KUGR sports production,
Good pass down low to Airstrip, and he scores off the glass.
giving you play-by-play coverage of all your favorite WSU athletics,
He doesn't get it! He's stuck at the line!
football, basketball, baseball, hockey, and more.
Absolutely electrifying play from Washington State to get them right back in this game.
Follow us on YouTube at KUGR Sports to listen to every game live.
What a play! What a kill by Brewster!
Never miss a moment with the best in the West. KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Gets the Cougs on the board with less than 20 seconds remaining in this first period. Here come the Cougs.
And now, on to the game.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
number 17.
65 degrees and sunny, some light cloud coverage, a few light breezes as well. It's a perfectly beautiful day here in Bailey and Brayton Field for some Cougar baseball. Washington State taking on Gonzaga, two teams that are very, very familiar with each other. They played each other earlier this year in March at the Patterson Baseball Complex up in Spokane, Washington. And of course, Gonzaga got the better of that matchup, 19-7, a blowout win that was ended in the seventh inning after Maddox Haley just launched the ball into left field to walk it off in the seventh inning. But now the Washington State Cougars have an opportunity to bounce back and maybe even up the season series with Gonzaga. We'll see what happens in the next 9 innings of Cougar baseball. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Smith Slye, joined by Gaige Anderson just off to the left of the press box here at Bailey and Brayton Field. And we're coming into this game. The Cougs have some high vibes. They just won a series 2-1 against UNLV. Before that, they blew out Portland at home here on Bailey and Brayton. And before that, they had a series sweep of Gardner-Webb, an out-of-conference series that they were able to sweep. So some high vibes for Washington State coming into today's game. But as hot as they are, Gonzaga is just as hot.
Oh, yeah. Gonzaga might be even hotter. They are coming off multiple sweeps, I believe, and the team is just hitting, pitching well. So it's going to be a good one here today at Bailey Brayton. Sun's going down, going to get a little cooler, but it's going to be an exciting game.
And Gonzaga is on a 10-game win streak. I'll say that one more time. A 10-game win streak, double digits. The past 10 games, they've yet to lose a single one, whereas Wazoo lost one of those games against UNLV. But Gonzaga is number one in the WCC, the West Coast Conference. They are the number one, the best baseball team in the West Coast Conference. But then again, the Cougs you can't really shrug them off. They are floating around third place at the moment in the Mountain West Conference. And considering the fact that they were projected to finish about 6th or 7th place in the Mountain West Conference, the fact that they are sitting in a top 3 spot in the conference, that is huge. And especially considering last year they were dead last in the Mountain West. So now to see where they are, that could be a sign of some good things to come. Granted, that around this time last year, they were also in the 3rd place spot. And in the last 20 games of the season, the wheels really fell off and they kind of collapsed. So for Washington State, it's games like these that you got to win to keep the momentum high, to keep the vibes high. But again, you're running into a juggernaut of a Gonzaga offense. And the question is, how do you really mitigate the bats for Gonzaga?
Yeah, I think people can really overlook these non-conference games, and they can really be either mental builders or mental destroyers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just one game, I believe, here, but it could determine a lot. And the Cougs have to keep those wheels rolling and not fall off, because if they fall off again this year, it's back-to-back years where they have just fallen off.
And it's usually the Zags who kind of start the woes for Washington State. You saw that last year where Gonzaga came for a home game here on the Palouse around this same time last year. Cougs took them to extra innings, and Gonzaga managed to get the go-ahead late in the 10th inning and were able to walk it off. It was a ball hit out to left field. Jonah Scholl, who has not played very much this year with Washington State, was getting the pinch hit, the relief spot in the left field. Ball kicked out of his glove. Mikey Bell was the one who had that hit. Gone to third base. A suicide squeeze brought him home to score, made it 7-6, and then the Cougs went down in order when they had the bats in their hands. So Gonzaga took that win, and from then on, it was kind of all downhill for Washington State. So Gonzaga is a team that does a really good job of spoiling the Washington State season. So you can't allow that to happen here at home, on the Palouse, in Bailey and Brayton, on a day where you got a pretty good fan presence here. A lot of fans streaming in right before first pitch. It's looking like it's going to be a great day for Cougar baseball, and you're listening to it live on KUGR, Cougar College Radio, the home of Cougar baseball and every single Cougar sport. We're going to be back here in a little bit after the national anthem and roster announcements. Again, this is Cougar baseball on KUGR, Cougar College Radio. Don't you dare go away. We'll be right back.
Fans, joining our Cougs at the dugout tonight for our national anthem, the Whitman County Cougar Special Olympics athletes and coaches and WSU Cougar Roar. Now, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
This is a KUGR sports production,
Good pass down low to Eric Strupp, and he scores off the glass.
giving you play-by-play coverage of all your favorite WSU athletics,
He doesn't get it! He stuffed at the line!
football, basketball, baseball, hockey, and more.
Absolutely electrifying play from Washington State to get them right back in this game.
Follow us on YouTube at KUGR Sports to listen to every game live.
What a play! What a kill by Brewstad!
Never miss a moment with the best in the West. KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Gets the Cougs on the board with less than 20 seconds remaining in this first period. Here come the Cougs.
And now, on to the game.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back to Bailey Brayton Field for your Washington State Cougars versus the Gonzaga Bulldogs. We have your starting lineups with Gonzaga being up to the plate first. Ricky Sanchez, the shortstop, will be batting in the leadoff position, followed by Mikey Bell, the third baseman, then Ryder Young in the third spot at left field, then Maddox Haley, he's DHing today, then Noah Meffert, right fielder, then Hudson Shoup at second base, Jacob Ruletsky catching for the Gonzaga Bulldogs and hitting in the seventh spot. And the eighth spot is going to be Tommy Eisenstout, first baseman, and batting in the 9-hole for Gonzaga is going to be Bo Schinkel, center fielder, with play-by-play done by Smith Slye.
Thank you, Gage. On the mound for Washington State today, it's Brock Blatter, the redshirt junior out of Billings, Montana. If you're a Coug fan, you're getting some deja vu back to the last time Wazoo played Gonzaga, getting the start in that game. It was Brock Blatter, and he only went 2/3 of an inning in the first inning, gave up 4 earned runs, 4 hits, 2 of which were doubles. And it's really just because, again, we mentioned it in the open, the fact that Gonzaga is one of the best hitting teams in the WCC and one of the best hitting teams in college baseball as a whole. There's not a lot. You can't really blame Brock Blatter for giving up 4 runs off 4 hits, 2 of which being doubles. Of course, for Brock Blatter, he's got a little bit of momentum coming into today's game. His last appearance was against Portland, and he had a pretty long outing. Did 4 innings, only gave up 1 hit, no earned runs, struck out 3, and only walked 2. So everything's looking up for Brock Blatter. But, of course, if he's getting any flashbacks to the last time he played Gonzaga, it was not a lot of positives for Brock Blatter, the kid from Billings, Montana. So right now, it's just about bouncing back against a team that really shelled you when they saw you the first time. And so they know his stuff. They've seen him pitch before. So the question is, will they get out to another great start with Ricky Sanchez, Mikey Bell, and Ryder Young being the first 3 batters that Brock Blatter is going to face?
Yeah, he's really got to watch out for those first 3 because they are going to tear him apart if he is not locked in. Posting a 9 ERA, getting a start for him is kind of rare, but he's going to have to do his best today.
And again, those 3 batters that he's facing, Ricky Sanchez has got a 3.57 average. Mikey Bell, 3.38. Ryder Young, a little bit worse, 2.98. And it's funny for me to say that, a little bit worse, but his batting average is still 2.98. The Zags have just a plethora of phenomenal hitters who can really terrorize you. And one thing you got to mention is the fact that Gonzaga is a long ball school. They hit a lot of home runs, 47 home runs total so far this year, as opposed to Washington State, who has only hit 24. Gonzaga has 47 home runs to Wazoo's 24. And if you do some quick math there in your head, that basically means that Gonzaga has almost twice as many home runs as Washington State does total on the year. And Bailey and Brayton, a bit of a longer ballpark than the Patterson baseball complex is, so it might be a little bit harder to get a ball out. But you can see you can't see it here on the broadcast, but we can see it off to our left, the Washington State flags just on top of the student section outside of right field. They are blowing, and they are fully stiff, pointed out towards right field. So this is a ballpark that is a bit of a wind tunnel at times. If you're a left-handed batter, you get a good ball to hit, you can yank it into right field, and that wind will just push it out. So I would not be surprised if you see the left-handed batters in the lineup for Gonzaga really tattoo a couple balls into right field, and they sail over the head of Max Hartman, who's getting the start today in right field.
Yeah, and going back to the home runs, Gonzaga, Maddox Haley hitting 9 home runs on the season already, followed by Ryder Young with 8. 2 guys that are just seeing the ball and putting it over the wall. every time.
Maddox Haley had 2 home runs against the Cougs in that game up in Spokane at the Patterson Baseball Complex. He had the one that walked off the game in the 7th to make it 19-7. I was on the call for that game with Nathan Eschman, one of our other broadcasters on KUGR. And, I mean, that was just a game that started out as a bit of a boxing match. The Zags came out, punched the Cougs in the mouth with a 4 spot in the first. Cougs came back and were able to stay competitive, and it tied it up at one point. It was 8-8, or pardon me, it was 7-7 at one point in that ball game. And then around the 6th and 7th inning, Gonzaga really blew it open. Just kind of the wheels fell off for Washington State. Home runs, doubles. There's a back-to-back hits. That's just the thing that Gonzaga will do. They will bleed you to death inning after inning, just handing the torch to the next guy. And they do that again and again and again. And if they do it today, I would not be surprised if they have a 2-0 record after 9 innings here in Bailey and Brayton.
Yeah, and if Washington State wants to win this game, they have to keep up with Gonzaga's hitting, because you're coming in with kind of a bullpen day, as you were saying. And so you kind of have to – your bats are going to have to hit, just like Gonzaga's bats are probably going to hit. So you can rely on your pitching not as much, but you have to rely on your offense.
Absolutely. Brock Blatter walking out to the mound, gets checked up by the second base umpire for today's game. Glenn Belongo does his routine checks of Brock Blatter, and looking at him when he was walking to the mound, you see him up on the rubber now, you realize that he is just a big individual, 6'6" and 219 pounds. He's got basically the prototypical pitcher's build, really tall and not the heaviest. I mean, only 219 pounds for all 6'6" of him. He's just really tall, lanky, and he can really hum it in there. A lot of velocity.
Height is really good for a pitcher. You're able to hold on the ball longer, and they're not able to see the pitch as it's coming out, and you get that extension. It's really good to be taller.
And Brock Blatter has not had the most linear path through college baseball. Started when he committed to Alabama in 2023, didn't play it all there. Transferred to USC in 2024. Didn't play there. Then came to Washington State and got injured his first year. So we didn't see him at all in 2024, 2025. And he's finally made his return to college baseball this year. Got the start against Utah earlier in this year. That was also the game where Trevor Smith hurt his hamstring, and he's kind of been nursing it back to health throughout the season, a couple of games. You saw Trevor Smith come back in the Gardner-Webb series, but it was kind of gingerly. There were a couple of games where he came into play and was taken out pretty soon after he came in. And now he's back into the starting lineup, especially against UNLV and into today's game as well. So for the Cougs, you got to really hope that your leadoff man, Trevor Smith, is 100% if you want to beat the Zags.
Absolutely. You got to hope that your leadoff guy can get those hits for sure.
Shortstop, number 38, Ricky Sanchez.
And now it's Ricky Sanchez going to lead it off for Gonzaga. He's a graduate student. Transferred into Gonzaga this year. It's his first year as a Zag. Of course, comes to Gonzaga out of Pittsburgh State. Batting from the right side. He's a true righty. Throws righty, bats righty. And to steal a term from Brandon Chapman, called diminutive, only 5'7". It's really dwarfed by the 6'6" Brock Blatter. As Blatter winds and delivers the first pitch of today's ball game. High and tight, ball one. Ricky Sanchez watches it zip past him. Blatter working from the first base side of the rubber. Brings the glove to his face, winds and delivers pitch number 2. Misses inside again. 2 balls, no strikes for Ricky Sanchez.
Not how you want to start your first senior batter. Starting behind in the count, he's got to climb back up here.
Now the first pitch, first 2 pitches, first 3 pitches will tell you a lot about how an outing will go for a pitcher. As the 2-0 delivery from Blatter clips that inside corner, gets it for strike 1. Ricky Sanchez yet to take the bat off his shoulder thus far. I mentioned that Ricky Sanchez is first year as a Zag. He's already won a WCC Player of the Week award earlier this year. 2-1 pitch from Blatter. Misses the top rail, ball 3.
Yeah, he's really got to find the zone here. It's not looking good for Blatter on this first batter.
It's had 1 hit, 1 RBI, came around to score 1 time, so he was definitely an impact bat. Is swung on, lifted, back out of play behind the press box and into the parking lot.
Yeah, that's a long strike for Blatter there. He's got to get out of this. It's nice to get the count full.
So far, it's a quality at bat for Ricky Sanchez, really trying to drive up the pitch count early on Blatter. So bullpen day like this for Washington State, if you can chase out the starter, I put starter in air quotes, then you can probably get to the bullpen and possibly sneak out a win by putting up a lot of runs. As the 3-2 pitch is chopped foul to the third base side.
A lot of pitches for the first batter. It's not what you want to see, but hopefully he can get this out here and continue on.
Count remains full for Ricky Sanchez. 3-ball scoreless game here, 0-0. Top of the first. This game just got underway. As Blatter winds and fires a payoff pitch, smoked, drilled to left field, but curling foul and bangs off the top of the Cougar bullpen. Out of play, a long strike from Ricky Sanchez, and Blatter definitely lets out a sigh of relief.
Man, that one was blasted. Just goes foul. Barely gets out of that one.
Still a 3-2 count. Sanchez working a really quality at-bat thus far against Blatter. Here's the payoff pitch yet again. Curveball that misses inside. Blatter can't locate it. It's a leadoff walk to kick off the ball game, and Ricky Sanchez is up 90 feet.
Third baseman number 5, Mikey Bell.
And it's Mikey Bell now who's filling out the 2-hole spot for Gonzaga in the lineup. Runner on first base with Ricky Sanchez. Still a scoreless ball game. Top of the first. Brock Blatter on the mound for Washington State. He's going to have to go from the stretch for the first time today. Looks over his shoulder at Sanchez at first. Lifts and delivers. First pitch to Mikey Bell. Swings and misses at a breaking ball that dropped off the table. Strike one to Mikey Bell. And Mikey Bell leads the team for OPS among qualified batters. 1.015. He's really stinging the ball so far this year. 0-1 count to him. Here's the pitch. Another breaking ball. This one misses in the dirt, blocked by McLeod, who's getting the start today behind the dish for Washington State.
Good strikes here, or good first strike from Brock Blatter, and then just looking for the same thing, unable to get it in the zone there.
1-1 count. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Fouled straight back in, out of play. And you saw the swing taken by Sanchez on the pitch that he fouled back. The swing right there from Mikey Bell. The Zags really not afraid to swing and swing hard. They take hacks and a half whenever they see a ball they want to hit. 1 ball, 2 strike count for Mikey Bell. Blatter from the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swung on, smacked over to Northrup at short. Falls, throws to second for the out. Throw to first. They got it. 6-4-3 double play. Brock Blatter gets 2 outs here in the top of the first.
And that is how you make your pitcher feel better as the infield. Get the double play, put 2 down, and now no one on base for your pitcher.
The other good part of that as well is there was a leadoff walk given up by Brock Blatter, and you'll hear me say it a lot. Leadoff walks come around to score about 99% of the time, but right there, apparently this is the 1% where they don't. It's the first pitch to Ryder Young is high and tight, kind of spins him away from it. Ball 1 to him.
Pretty good crowd today for the Cougar fans, especially the student section.
1-0 pitch to Ryder Young. Swung on, foul, right field side. Tailing well out of play, and it's going to bounce all the way to the rolling hills just outside the stadium. And definitely a great crowd on hand, as Gaige mentioned. A lot of crimson and gray. Student section almost completely packed, filled to the brim. It's an even count now for Young, 1-1. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, fooled him, dropped it into the zone for strike 2. Ryder Young kind of buckled on it a little bit.
Blatter looking to get out of this inning quickly.
Top of the first, still a scoreless ball game. 1-2 count for Ryder Young. 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swung on, just gets a piece of it, ticks it past the head of McLeod. Back to the backstop. Count's going to stay at 1 ball and 2 strikes on Ryder Young.
Barely got that one. He's lucky to still be alive.
2 outs here, top of the first. Brock Blatter trying to work himself out of this inning. Walked the leadoff man, but was able to get a hard ground ball over to the shortstop for a double play. As the 1-2 pitch just misses outside, ball 2. McLeod kind of tells Broder to calm down a little bit, stay within himself. trying to attack Ryder Young here, who's one of the best hitters on this lineup, batting .298, an .896 OPS. Second place for home runs. He's got 8 so far this year. He's just really launching the ball. Here's the 2-2. Inside, taken, strike 3. Froze him. A fastball on the inside corner. Ryder Young takes it, and that does it for Gonzaga. They get no runs, no hits, no errors, and leave nobody on base. The Cougs are going to have the bats in their hands for the first time today. We'll see what happens here on KUGR, Cougar College Radio. I'm Smith Slye, joined by Gaige Anderson. Don't you dare go away. We'll be back in just a little bit.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back to Bailey Brayton Field, where the Cougs will take their first at-bat in the bottom of the first inning. Here is the starting lineup for the Cougs. Leading off back at center field is going to be Trevor Smith, followed by Gavin Roy at second base, then Max Hartman at right field, Mason Perello DHing today, Matt Priest in the 5 spot at left field, Ryan Shawnsby at first base, Ollie Obenhauer at third base, Cam McLeod catching today for the Cougs, and then Kyler Northrup at shortstop. Here is play-by-play by Smith Slye.
Thank you, Gaige. On the mound for Gonzaga, Zach Bowman, the left-hander, 6 feet tall, 205 pounds, and he's going to be facing off against Trevor Smith, like you said, in the leadoff spot. And this is actually Trevor Smith's first taste of Gonzaga baseball. He did not play against the game up in Spokane. As the first pitch, Trevor Smith just misses high. Ball 1 to the freshman from California. And Trevor Smith, a switch hitting center fielder. So he's from the right-handed batter's box today. He takes ball 2 inside, 2-0 count to him. And it's a little deja vu to what Brock Blatter did. He also fell behind 2-0 on Ricky Sanchez to kick off the ball game. We're here in the bottom of the first. Early on in this game, still scoreless. 2-0 pitch of Trevor Smith. Swung on, chopped through his legs, foul, third base side. Collected by someone there on the Cougar dugout.
Yeah, 2-1 the count, so he's ahead. He's got to find something here. Got to start the Cougs off hot if you're a Cougs fan.
2-1 offering. Swung on, fouled, right back over the stands, out of play. Evens it up, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Trevor Smith. He's having a great year so far in the Crimson and Gray. His freshman season, batting .296, slugging .490, and he's got 2 home runs thus far. The 2-2 pitch is lined hard past the diving Mikey Bell. That'll roll to the corner. Trevor Smith around first. He's on second, standing. A leadoff double for the Cougs, and you couldn't have opened up this ball game any better than that.
As the Cougs, that's exactly what you want to see, a leadoff double in the corner at left field. Just fair. Phenomenal stuff from Trevor Smith. Looks like he's feeling good.
And if that wasn't enough, you got Gavin Roy coming to the plate for Washington State, leading the Cougs for average, batting .370 coming into this at-bat. 27 RBIs, 54 hits, which also leads the Cougs, and 1 home run that you saw at Utah Tech. Right now, Trevor Smith at second base. Righty on lefty matchup. Could possibly yank a ball into left field. Here's the first pitch to Roy. Misses inside, stood his ground, just barely missed his legs and his toes. Grabbed by Rubleski, ball 1. Gavin Roy, senior out of Sudbury, Ontario, joins the Cougs from Cloud County Community College. Transferred in last year, had a phenomenal year in the Crimson and Gray. So he watches ball 2 skip into the dirt again.
2 counts now behind back-to-back for Bowman.
Runner on second, Trevor Smith after that leadoff double. Gavin Roy at the plate, 2-0 count. Bowman lifts and delivers. Sails it outside, corralled by Rubleski, but that's ball 3 to Gavin Roy. And Bowman really struggling early on here against these Cougar hitters.
Gavin Roy leading hits for the Cougs and up in the count for the Cougs. This is exactly what you want to see with a runner on second.
Does he have the green light? Here's the 3-0 pitch. He did not, and it misses low and outside. Ball 4. Gavin Roy draws a no-out walk to set up runners on first and second for Washington State. And now you got the man, Max Hartman, to the dish with 2 runners on and no outs.
4 straight balls from Bowman. That's not what he wants to see. He's got to start finding that zone.
Max Hartman's going to dig himself into that lefty's batter's box. Lefty on lefty here. Bowman, the left-handed pitcher. 2 runners on for Washington State. Check over to second. Here's the pitch to Hartman. Center cut, taken, strike 1. And you don't hate that there from Max Hartman. After you just watched Bowman throw 4 straight balls, you're not going to be swinging at the first pitch. Max Hartman, kid out of Alberta, Canada. Here's the 0-1 to him. Way outside and in the dirt, ball 1. Evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. 2 runners on for Washington State. You're in the bottom of the first. Still a scoreless ball game, but Washington State is wanting to change that real quickly here. From the stretch, Bowman checks the second, lifts and delivers. Swung on, grounded over to second base. That's Shoup. He fields, throws a second, throw to first, not in time. Max Hartman able to break up the double play. And now the Cougs have runners on first and third with 1 out. And coming to the dish, Mason Perello.
Yeah, the speed of Hartman there gets him out of that kind of jam that he hits it straight to the second baseman, and he's able to get out of a double play.
It goes down in the book as a fielder's choice. So Max Hartman on first base, the freshman Mason Perello at the dish, and the freshman Trevor Smith at third. If you're just tuning in, he had a leadoff double to get himself on second. Now finds himself on third. There's 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Still a scoreless ball game. Bowman lifts and delivers to Perello. Inside corner, taking strike 1.
And again, not a bad take there with how many balls have already been thrown by Bowman.
Mason Perello, one of the better hitters for Washington State this year. Batting .263. He's appeared in 33 games as Bowman will look over at first base, throw over, try and catch Hartman. He's back in standing. Just trying to keep him anchored there. He's the guy you got to keep anchored if you're Gonzaga. Max Hartman leads the team for stolen bases with 15 so far. As Mason Perello launches this ball into right field. It'll touchdown for a base hit. It rolls to the corner. Trevor Smith, he comes home to score. They're waving home Max Hartman. Mason Perello on his horse to third base, dives headlong. He's in there. 2-run RBI. Mason Perello get it done. The Cougs lead 2-0.
Phenomenal triple from Mason Perello. Exactly what you want to see in that situation, and it just gets by the right fielder.
And Butch saying hi here up in the press box. He was getting hyped there for that RBI triple from Mason Perello. And now another dangerous bat, Matt Priest, coming to the dish.
This is how you want to start if you are the Cougs. Get those runs in, get ahead.
First pitch to Matt Priest. Swung on, lifted, right field side. That ball, will it hit off the video board? Just sails over the top of it. Strike 1 to Matt Priest.
Yeah, we got joined in the booth by Butch, who was here for that triple call.
0-1 count for Matt Priest. Runner on third. Here's the pitch to him. Low and outside, ball 1. Now, Matt Priest, he was the number 3 ranked outfielder in California back in his recruiting class, was the number 134th player in the nation. This 1-1 is smacked up the middle. Oh, my goodness, what a grab by Hudson Shoup at second base. That ball was lined, looked like it was going to get over his head into the outfield, but Hudson Shoup jumps up and snatches it out of thin air. It'll hold Mason Perello at third, and now there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Cougs still leading 2-0, but Hudson Shoup takes a hit away.
What a jump from Shoup. Man, I thought he was at least 2 feet off the ground to grab that one.
And Zags aren't out of the woods yet as they face Ryan Shonsby. First pitch to him, outside, ball 1. And if there's anybody on this lineup right now who's red hot, it's Ryan Shonsby, batting .341 coming into today's game. Had a clutch home run against UNLV in Game 3 of that series. This 1-0 pitch is lifted high in the air to right field, back in up. Meffert, does he have a beat on it? He does. He's right in front of the track, reaches up, makes the catch, but the damage is done. The Cougs managed to tally 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and they do leave 1 man on base, but that concludes it for the first inning of action here at Bailey and Brayton. The Cougs lead this game 2-0. We'll see what happens in frame number 2. You're listening to Cougar Baseball, only on KUGR, Cougar College Radio.
Directly supports the WSU community. Plus, Cougs Mobile members get access to exclusive giveaways like game day experiences and more. Stay connected. Help your team win. Visit CougsMobile.com. That's CougsMobile.com. Go Cougs! Tonight's game is sponsored by Who's Collaborative. Who's Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Well, the Cougs strike first, sink their teeth into the Bulldogs. Mason Perello with a bases clearing 2-run RBI triple. Makes it 2-0 Washington State here in the top of the second. And Gonzaga sending one of their most dangerous bats to the plate to lead it off. Maddox Haley, the junior out of San Diego, California. He's a man who terrorized the Cougs in Game 1 of this series against Washington State. I say series, I almost put that in air quotes. They played kind of piecemeal. They started the first game in March, this game today, and they'll play 2 more in the remainder of the season. As the first pitch to Haley, lone inside, ball 1. Brock Blatter falls behind early.
This guy is dangerous. 9 home runs on the season for him, leading Gonzaga. You have to be careful when pitching to this guy.
And he launched 2 home runs against Washington State in that game up in Spokane. As his 1-0 pitch is smacked into straightaway center field. That ball bangs off the top of the wall. Max Haley around first into second easily. And that ball just barely missed getting over the Crimson Monster in straightaway center field. It's a lead-off double for Gonzaga off the hot barrel of Max Haley.
Yeah, great swing, great job finding the ball, and it gets to the wall, and Trevor Smith is just not able to get the catch and kind of fumbles the bounce a little bit.
I say Crimson Monster because if you look at straightaway center field, the wall is just a little bit taller than it is in right and left field. 400 feet to straightaway center field. In college baseball, that's a hard ball to hit out, 400 to dead center. As Blatter will check on Haley at second. First pitch to Noah Meffert, spiked in the dirt, kicks away from Cam McLeod, and Haley is going to just kind of scamper into third base, so he's up 90 feet with a wild pitch.
Yeah, just got out of the hands of the catcher, hit the dirt too early. Well, the dirt, but we're playing on turf here. And just got away from him. It's a free base for Haley.
Now you mentioned it there, the turf here. It's an all-turf field for Washington State. That's something you don't see a lot in college baseball, not the D1 level. 1-0 pitch to Meffert in the dirt again. This time corralled and blocked by McLeod. But nonetheless, it's still ball 2 to Meffert. 2-0 counts. Max Haley on third base. You're just tuning in. He had a leadoff double to kick things off here in the top of the second. It's 2-0 Washington State leading. It's 2-0 pitch to Meffert. Lined into right field, out of the reach of Ryan Shonsby. That'll get it done. An RBI single for Noah Meffert. Hartman gets it in quickly, but Gonzaga able to break the ice in this inning and get their first run of the ball game.
That one just curved right past the first baseman. There's nothing you can do there in that situation. Great hit from Meffert there.
And you can hear the Gonzaga Gonzaga dugouts on the first base side getting hyped there after that RBI single from Meffert. And now it's Hudson Shoup, who, if you weren't paying attention in the bottom of the first inning, took a hit away from Matt Priest, lined a ball, almost looked like it was going to get over his head, but he was able to jump up and snatch it out of the air to steal an out. As Brock Blatter will check over at Meffert at first base. He's back in sliding.
The Washington State and Gonzaga rivalry is really building up with the new Pac-12. Lots of fans out here today to show support for the Cougs and Gonzaga.
Meffert takes off for second base. The throw down, they got him by a mile. The pitch was low and outside for ball one, and they're able to cut down the runner. So a great play there. The arm of Cam McLeod able to just fire a dart right into the breadbasket of Kyler Northrup. And now there's one away here in the top of the second. 2-1, Washington State leading after Gonzaga was able to get on the board. Noah Meffert with a leadoff double, driven in by the RBI single of Meffert, who just got thrown out there. 1-0 counts to Hudson Shoup. Breaking ball high and outside, ball two.
Yeah, it was a great throw to throw him out at second base, and just not the best leadoff from the Gonzaga guy.
2-0 pitch to Hudson Shoup. Here it is from Brock Blatter. Fastball misses outside. 3-0 count now. Hudson Shoup, he's a senior out of West Richland, Washington, transferred to Gonzaga from Seattle University, who is now a member of the WCC, so a fellow conference opponent for the Zags. As the 3-0 is right down Main Street, strike one, taken all the way by Hudson Shoup.
Finds the strike there. Phenomenal stuff from Blatter, trying to get out of this.
3-1 count for Hudson Shoup. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, tickles the outside corner, strike two. Shoup thought it was ball four. Was getting ready to hustle down to first, but he's got to stay in that left-handed batter's box.
Full count. Blatter crawling his way back into this at-bat.
Now, Hudson Shoup, he's a guy who's got a lot of experience in Summer League baseball. Has played 4 separate seasons. As his payoff pitch, here it is. Swung on, foul, left field side. Now will bang off the roof of the concession stands. Well, out of place. Count's going to remain at 3-2 strikes. But Hudson Shoup got his start in Summer League in 2022 with Victoria in the West Coast League. Went back to them in 2023. Then in 2024, actually went to the Cape Cod League to play for Orleans. Then in 2025, came back home to Victoria as he fights off that 3-2 offering. Left field side out of play again. Count's going to stay at 3-2 again.
That's a lot of different places to play. A lot of different teammates.
Absolutely. But apparently he's got an affinity for Victoria in the West Coast League. He's come back to them a couple times. Summer League baseball, a lot of fun for these guys who play at the Division I level. Here's the payoff pitch again. Swung on, grounded, chopped over to Ryan Shonsby. He's got it at the letters. Steps on first, gets the out. 2 away here on top of the second.
Looks like he just caught the ball, caught the bat weird, and it just flew straight to the first baseman.
Number 1, Jacob Wrobleski.
It's Jacob Wrobleski now for Gonzaga. He's getting the start today behind the dish. Batting from the right-handed batter's box. He's a true righty, throws righty, bats righty. Junior out of Okotoks, Alberta. First pitch to Wrobleski. Breaking ball, misses high. Ball one. You saw that one slip out of the hands of Brock Blatter.
Yeah, the one was a little high for Blatter. Gonna try to gather himself and find those strike zones. Lots of first thrown balls from Blatter here today already.
Here's the 1-0. High and outside, ball two. And you mentioned a lot of first pitch balls from Brock Blatter, but he's done a really great job of battling back into these counts. I mean, you take away the leadoff double from Haley, the RBI single from Mefferts. He's been basically flawless. As Cam McLeod's going to call time here, run out to the mound to kind of talk things over with Brock Blatter. Hasn't thrown too many pitches so far today. Although it is 2-1, Washington State still leading. Gonzaga was able to break the ice here on top of the second. Cam McLeod finishes up his conversation with him and will jog back behind the dish.
Yeah, he hasn't thrown many pitches yet, but if you can continue to throw the first pitch ball and then follow it with another ball, you're going to get behind on your pitches. And that's not what you want to do, especially on a day like this.
2-0 pitch, cut on and missed. Wrubleski really took a hack at it. Didn't get any of it. 2 balls, 1 strike now to him.
Exactly what you want to see from Blatter there. Needs to find those strikes, throw the batter off a little bit, and get back in.
2-1 count with 2 outs here in the top of the second. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled right back to the string. Evens up the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runs for Washington State off 2 hits. Gonzaga also has 2 hits as well, so they're tied in that department. But Washington State still has the lead 2-1 by a 1-run margin.
And just as we were saying before, he's crawling back into this count. So it's really, really good for Blatter here.
2-2 offering. Swung on, fouled off, spoiled right behind the press box. Count's going to stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Good swing there. Defensive hack from Wrubleski to fend off the breaking ball. And I mentioned there Wrubleski out of Okotoks, Alberta. If that sounds familiar, it's because, well, Max Hartman out in right field is from Alberta, and Max Hartman actually played with the Okotoks Dogs in the Western Canadian Baseball League over the summer. 2-2 pitch, spiked in the dirt. Good spit by Wrubleski, not to offer at it. Thought about chasing after it, but he holds up his swing. 3 balls and 2 strikes, full count now to Wrubleski. Brock Blatter trying to get out of this inning. He's already given up 1 run. Here's the payoff pitch to Wrubleski. Low in the dirt, taken all the way. Ball 4, a 2-out walk to put a runner on for Gonzaga, and that is not what Brock Blatter was hoping to do there.
Yeah, that is exactly what we were talking about. You do not want to see that if you are Brock Blatter. Gives up the walk and just has to find a way to get the 3rd out and end this top of the inning.
Now it's Tommy Eisenstadt, the left-handed batter, with a runner on first base with Jacob Wrubleski. The home plate umpire, Tyler Wall, calls time here, sorting things out. Nathan Choate's going to walk out from the dugout. Not sure what the issue is here, but the Tyler Wall, home plate umpire, and head coach Nathan Choate for the Cougs, kind of talking things over here. Eisenstadt taking a couple warm-up swings. He rocks no batting gloves. That's something I realized in the first game of this season series. The Eisenstadt has no batting gloves. Does have an Evo shield on, though. It feels kind of counterintuitive there. You have the Evo shield, but no batting gloves. But it's that's just raw baseball right there. As all 4 umpires are going to come together to talk. First base umpire did not get the memo, was sitting there talking to Ryan Shawnsby and Wrubleski over at first, and then kind of got yelled at there by Tyler Wall to come in and chat. I'm not sure exactly what they're talking about here. What is the gripe that Nathan Choate has with that play?
I'm wondering if it's whether or not that was a ball or a strike.
And I don't think you would argue that. I mean, the ball was well in the dirt. It must be that when the home plate umpire called time to say something to Brock Blatter, Nathan Choate might have taken offense to it. And you can see Nathan Choate there kind of lifting his leg up, talking about lifting his legs over. You can see him kind of motioning that to one of the umpires here. They must be talking about there must have been some issue with Brock Blatter's foot placement on the rubber from the stretch. And now Brock Blatter's actually going to throw a couple warm-up pitches here as well to kind of get back into his rhythm. And they're still talking things over here at Bailey and Brayton. 2-1 Washington State lead. Not sure how long this is going to take, so we're going to head to a game break here. We'll be back in just a few moments. Don't you dare go away. We don't know when. We'll be right back. So the officiating crew is wrapped up discussing whatever it was that they were discussing. Tommy Eisenstadt will finally get his first pitch seen by Brock Blatter. Check over to first, Rubleski there after he drew that 2-out walk. Here's the first pitch to Eisenstadt. Squares to bunt, pulls it back. The pitch was yanked down low for ball 1.
And he's showing bunt there, but once again, first pitch ball for Blatter.
1 ball, no strikes now for Eisenstadt. 2-1 Washington State leading here in the top of the second. Here's the 1-0. Lined into left field. That'll touch down for a base hit right into the glove of Matt Priest. And it's a walk and a 2-out hit here for Gonzaga to keep the train rolling. They refuse to go quietly into the ninth.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see if you are a Coug fan. 2 outs and Gonzaga is getting runners on base. Blatter has got to wait to get a batter out here or a ground ball out.
Now it's Bo Schinkel now for Gonzaga, batting in the 9-hole. If you're Brock Blatter, you got to get the 9-hole hitter out. Here's the first pitch to Schinkel. Swung on, lined into right center field. That'll touch down. That's a base hit. Around third, Rubleski. He's in to score. They're going to wave Eisenstadt. He's coming around to score. A 2-run RBI double. Bo Schinkel strikes again. It is 3-2 Zags.
Wow, what a hit for Bo Schinkel. Sees the pitch and lines it to middle of right and center field, and it just gets down. Able to score 2 runs there on the RBI double. Phenomenal stuff from him.
And an inning where Brock Blatter got stung early by a leadoff double from Max Haley, an RBI single from Meffert. Looked like he was going to kind of wiggle his way off the hook. It's now, the script is flipped on him. It's 3-2. Gonzaga takes back the lead here in the top of the second. 2 outs. Runner on second. Here's the first pitch to Ricky Sanchez, and it's in there for strike 1. Sanchez drew a leadoff walk back in the first, and of course was cut down on a 6-4-3 double play that Mikey Bell grounded into. Mikey Bell's on deck waiting for his second at-bat of the ball game. 0-1 count for Sanchez. Here's the pitch. Swung on, grounded, chopped over to Oberauer at third. He's got it. Couple hops, throws to first, and that will do it. That'll retire the side, but the damage is done. The Zags get 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and they do leave 1 runner on base. They take the lead 3-2 here on the Palouse. The Cougs get punched in the mouth there by Gonzaga. Can they respond in the bottom of the second? Well, we'll see what happens. You listen to Cougar Baseball only on KUGR, Cougar College Radio. Smith, Slye, and Gaige Anderson on the call. We'll be back in just a little bit.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
The future Pac-12 rivalry is in full swing. An absolutely packed house today at Bailey and Braden. A lot of crimson and gray in the stands. Quite a few Gonzaga fans as well. These two teams getting ready to take each other on in the new look Pac-12. We're here in the bottom of the second. Gonzaga leading this game 3-2 after an explosive top of the second. And leading it off for Washington State, it's Ollie Obenauer.
This guy has been on fire lately.
First pitch to Obenauer. Right down the middle, strike 1, taken all the way.
Obenauer, his name is just so fun, and he's been on fire lately for the Cougs. You just got to hope he can find something here to lead him off.
0-1 count. Here's the pitch. High and tight, kind of backs him up a little bit. It's ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike now for Obenauer. And Obenauer was a real impact freshman last year for Washington State. Sophomore now. This is 1-1 pitch. High and outside, ball 2. And his mom and dad both went to Cal Poly together. His mom played volleyball there. His dad played baseball. So 2 athletes in the family. As that breaking ball dances into the zone, strike 2, evens it up. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ollie Obenauer.
Didn't follow, huh? Didn't go to Cal Poly?
No, he did not. Although weirdly, Nathan Choate, head coach of the Cougs, played baseball at Cal Poly. I wonder if he played with his dad. As the 2-2 pitch sails outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Full count for Obenauer. He's gotta see his pitch and take it.
And as good as Obenauer was last year, he's calmed down a little bit this year. Only 5 multi-hit games and 2 multi-RBI games. As he goes after that pitch, ticks it off the end of the bats, right past Rubleski to the backstop. He stays alive. 3 balls and 2 strikes still to Obenauer.
Barely gets a piece of that one. Fouls it off towards the fans behind the plate.
Like I mentioned, a really great year for Obenauer last year. Batted .271 as his payoff pitch is skipped in the turf. Ball 4, Obenauer, a leadoff walk to kick off this bottom of the 2nd inning.
Good stuff from Obenauer there. Great at-bat. Another leadoff walk for the Cougs.
Well, now here's a guy for Washington State who is not necessarily who you want at the dish. He's batting a .184 so far this year. He does have 2 home runs, so he's shown some flashes of power for only 9 RBIs and only 9 hits on the year. It's the first pitch to Cam McLeod, sails outside, ball 1.
Feels like every pitch we've seen today that has led off a batter has been a ball.
And the pitching coach for Gonzaga is going to make the slow walk out. Rubleski comes out to the mound to check on him as well. As you mentioned, a lot of these at-bats are kicking off with first pitch balls. And a lot of leadoff walks as well we've seen in this game.
And you can give that to the batter as well, not swinging at everything, right? So good at-bats so far from both teams.
And home plate umpire Tyler Wall is going to walk out to check on things here at the plate meeting. And this is what you'll see in baseball. So when you call a mound visit, the pitching coach comes out, the catcher comes out, you'll talk with the pitcher. The umpire, he'll give you 30 seconds or so, kind of talk things through, and then he'll start the slow walk out. And it's courtesy that when the umpire gets there, by the time he gets there, you should wrap up your conversation and get back into the dugout so the game can get moving along. And that's exactly what happens right here. As Cam McLeod is back in that right-handed batter's box here in the bottom of the 2nd. 1-0 pitch to him. Just misses the inside corner, ball 2.
Do you think in the huddle they're like, okay, he's coming. We need to wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Oh, absolutely. I've been in these huddles before. Usually it's a lot of just nonsense talk. Usually asking what you're going to make for dinner that night. 2-0 count from McLeod. Bowman's going to throw over to first to check in on Obenauer there.
So would you say they're used to throw the batter off more then, or?
More, it's meant to give the pitcher a chance to breathe and relax and get things back under control and kind of slow the game down a little bit. As Bowman checks over at first again. I would tell you, I need that sometimes. So, there's some games where you're starting or you're in relief and things start to get out of your hands a little bit, and you just need a second to catch your breath and relax. As the 2-0 pitch is swung on, fouled right field side towards the batting cages, and that's going to roll all the way to the rolling hills just outside the stadium. I gotta say, Bailey and Brayton, one of the most beautiful ballparks in all of college baseball. Not going to find a lot of better venues. Cam McLeod does the exact same thing, chases after another pitch, fouls it right field side, and out of play.
Yeah, and with the sun setting here, it's just so beautiful here at Bailey Brayton. One of the most beautiful ballparks I've been to, for sure.
62 degrees, sunny with some light clouds. McLeod fouls off another one, really spoiling these pitches from Bowman, keeping it at 2-ball and 2-strike counts.
Everyone showing up today for the Cougs. I noticed some basketball players out there in the crowd as well, so everyone's here at the game.
Athletics here at Washington State trying to be a little bit more of a tight-knit community. It's a 2-2 pitch, fouled off, spoiled again. We got a quality at-bat in the makings here from Cam McLeod.
Noticed Hildebrandt down there. He signed with a pro team, but finishing off his college education.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Cam McLeod. It's 3-2, Gonzaga leading here in the bottom of the 2nd. 2-2 pitch, misses high, ball 3. Cam McLeod really working a quality at-bats.
McLeod, phenomenal at-bat here. Tons of pitches, just seeing the ball well.
And McLeod out of Vancouver, Canada. He's a big Canucks fan, as I've learned. Payoff pitch, swung on, spoiled again, right back to the nets. And Obenauer was taking off on that pitch, so he's going to have to run back in the first base, get his cardio in for the day.
Another pitch fouled off. He's just not there. He's just got to find the right pitch for him.
If you're a Vancouver Canucks fan like McLeod, you're not a happy camper. Fouls off that one again. Just a plethora of fouled off pitches here from McLeod. The Canucks, of course, finished dead last in the NHL this year. Had only 25 wins, 49 losses, and a minus 100 differential. So, not a happy camper if you're a Canucks fan like McLeod. Here's a payoff pitch again. Swung on, foul to the third base side, this time on a few hops. And McLeod really battling. He gets a round of applause here from the Cougar faithful.
Hey, that one was to the left this time. All the other ones have been to the right.
And the ones he was hitting to the right, those were the fastballs that he was just a little bit late on. That was the breaking ball he was a little early on. So the question is, what pitch is he going to be on time for? As another check over to Ollie Obenauer. He's back in standing. You hear some fans here yelling, "A move." It's a common baseball chirp. Of course, A move meaning that's his best move, even though that isn't. But it's a fun chirp nonetheless. 3-2, swung on, fouled. This time it's going to just hit off the roof of the batting cages, ricochet into the Gonzaga bullpen, and Cam McLeod, the at-bat that just never ends.
Jeez, I'm getting tired over here.
Yeah, 2 hours later, Cam McLeod's still up to bat. Payoff pitch again, swung on, grounded over to third. That's Mikey Bell. He fields, throws to second for the out, throw to first, not in time. McLeod's able to beat it out and break up the double play. That's the second time this game that the Cougs have managed to break up a double play. But now, one out and a runner on first base for Washington State's Kyler Northrup coming to the plate for the Cougs.
Overall, good at bat from McLeod. Tons of pitches used on the pitcher and able to beat out the throw to first and stop the double play.
You put it perfectly right there. There's not much more you could ask for from Cam McLeod, only batting a .184. It's the first pitch to Kyler Northrup. Change up outside, ball one.
The wind is starting to come in here at Bailey Brayton Field with the sun going down. It's throwing papers and everything everywhere.
Sun kind of glaring into right fields as the 1-0 pitch is inside, strike one to Kyler Northrup. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 1 runner on for Washington State. Wazoo down by 1 run. It's 3-2, Gonzaga leading. Bowman from the stretch lifts and delivers. Swung on, missed a breaking ball that fooled him. Northrup thought that he was just going to crush that ball out of here, but gets nothing on it. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes now to him.
Northrup with 36 hits on the season, looking to get the 37th.
And batting .269 so far coming into this at-bats. Goes after this pitch, grounds it past the diving shortstop Sanchez into left field. It's a 1-out single for Kyler Northrup to set up runners on first and second now for Washington State. And the lineup card flipping over for Trevor Smith with an opportunity to drive in a pair.
And there it is, the 38th hit for Kyler Northrup. Exactly on cue.
And Trevor Smith coming up to bat here. Led off the game in the bottom of the first with a RBI double and came around to score after Mason Perello cleaned the table. Brought in 2 runs with an RBI triple. 2 runners on now for Washington State. Here's the first pitch to Smith. Right down the middle, taking strike 1.
Cougs still down by 1, 3-2. Gonzaga leading.
Calhoun, California. Runner at second. Here's the pitch. Right corner again, strike 2.
Great pitches there from Zach Bowman, finding the zone just on the corners and catching Trevor Smith looking so far.
Here's the 0-2 to Trevor Smith. Swung on, lifted high in the air, shallow in the infield. The second baseman, Shoop, calls off Eisenstadt, reaches up, makes the grab for out number 2, and Trevor Smith goes down quietly with a small flare.
And just unfortunate if you're a Coug fan. Your lead up, you're hit with 2 runners on.
Well, it's Gavin Roy now, batting .303 coming into this at-bat. Nice 30. Oh, pardon me. They had not updated it yet. I jumped the gun there on that one. Those were Trevor Smith's stats. It's actually a 370 average for Gavin Roy.
Even better.
Check over to second. Here's the pitch to him. Right down the middle, taken again for strike one. Yeah, Cam McLeod at second base. Kyler Northrup at first. Of course, Cam McLeod reached via the fielder's choice. Kyler Northrup smacked a ground ball through the left side for a single. There's the 0-1 to Gavin Roy. Swung on and missed a breaking ball that fell away from him. Strike two to him.
Oof, that was a nice pitch from Bowman, getting Gavin Roy to swing. But if you're the Cougs, this is exactly who you want in this spot with 2 outs and 2 runners on.
And Gavin Roy has been hot, but he did recently have a 7-game hitting streak snapped in Game 2 of that UNLV series. As he fights off this pitch, flares it right field side foul off the roof of the batting complex. Count's going to remain at no balls and 2 strikes to Gavin Roy, the senior from Sudbury. 2 outs, 2 runners on for Washington State. They're down 3-2 to Gonzaga. Bowman trying to put Gavin Roy in his back pocket. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Roy. Swung on right off the end of the bat. It bounces right in front of the plate. Grabbed by Rupleski. Throw to first. They got him at first base to retire the side. The Cougs get no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and they leave 2 runners left on base. The score is going to stay at 3-2 Gonzaga. And now the Bulldogs have the bats back in their hands. Can they put their foot on the gas and bury the Cougs? We'll see what happens here, top of the third, here at Bailey and Brayton. An absolutely beautiful day on the Palouse.
Nice. Fiddler. You want a hot dog?
I'll like share one with you.
Can we share one?
Yeah, there you go.
A
lot of art.
Hey,
Chad. See a burger that's not
And YouTube.
Don't worry.
Oh. What's wrong with you, Slye? Yeah, I'm not. Just do. How much was it? 8, 10?
Oh, I didn't.
So. How you feeling, Miz?
I'm good.
Yeah. Burnett's is doing you right?
Yeah.
I didn't know you had that in you. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's pretty impressive.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We are back here at Bailey Brayton Field, where the Cougars are trying to crawl back against the Zags, who lead them 3-2 in the top of the third. Up to bat first for Gonzaga. This inning is going to be Mikey Bell, the third baseman. Brock Bladder's still at the mound for the Cougs as he readies his first pitch. And here it comes. And that one swung on, gets past the shortstop. And that is going to be a lead-off single for Gonzaga. On the first pitch he sees, Mikey Bell gets it right past the shortstop.
I mentioned it before, the Gonzaga Bulldogs, they're not afraid to swing early, often, and swing hard. They put really quality hacks on these balls. Sometimes it looks like they're swinging out of their shoes, and it pays off right there. Smoke that right past the backhand of Kyler Northrup into left field. Matt Priest has got to get it in quickly. Now Ryder Young's got an opportunity to move Mikey Bell across.
Yeah, as you said, Ryder Young up to the plate. Here's the first pitch, and that one is swung on and hit to the third base, and looking for 2. It's going to be another double play for the Cougs. Phenomenal fielding as that one's hit straight to the third baseman, who turns it over to second base, and they throw it down to Shawnsby to get 2 in time.
That's unfortunate there for Ryder Young. Again, going after the first pitch, chops it over to third base. You know, Ryder Young is going to be joining the Wenatchee Apple Sox in the West Coast League this summer. I mean, it's hard, though, when you're going up against a defense that's as good as the Cougs. They turn a lot of double plays, and they get a lot of support for their pitchers on the mound.
Maddox Haley, the DH, up to bat now as he sees ball 1 on the inside. The Cougs wearing the crimson tops with the white pants, red socks. Gonzaga, the all-gray uniforms with the bright red numbering, as a huge swing and a miss from Haley as he sees that pitch and swings right through it.
As nice as Wazoo's jerseys are, you got to admit, Gonzaga, these aren't necessarily the best examples, but they have some really good jersey combos that they can break out on any given day.
The next pitch, another huge swing and a miss from Haley. Looks like he's swinging at everything right now. It'll be 1 ball and 2 strikes. The count. Cougs still leading 3-2. Top of the first, 2 outs on that double play. Blatter readying the pitch. Here it comes. And another swing. This one fouled off from Maddox Haley down past behind the plate.
And that was that pitch was upstairs, kind of a defensive hack there, not 100% on that, just trying to spoil it, and does a good job of that. But he's really chasing after these top shelf pitches. And Max Haley, he's a guy who, I give the green light. He had 5 hits and 6 RBIs against Washington State the last time these two teams faced off.
1 ball, 2 strikes, swung on straight to the second baseman, and that is gonna complete the top of the third for the Cougs. They are able to get the double play to end the top of the third. And that should do it. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
It's time for basketball. We've got that here. Select as many baseballs as possible in 30 seconds. When time runs out, we'll count the baseballs in each bucket. Whoever has the most wins. All right, Dan, pick the numbers and help cheer it down. On your mark, get set, go!
Hey, Maggie, Cheyenne said she'd come out with us. She said that she'd only drink tonight if you came out with us.
3, 2, 1.
We're going to Kylie's.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Back here at Bailey Brayton, the Cougs are coming up to bat in the bottom of the third inning. Still down 1 run. Gonzaga leads 3-2. Leading off for the Cougs this inning is going to be the man Max Hartman, right fielder. This guy is hitting great for the Cougs right now, leading the Cougs in triples. So he's going to see if he can get something done here.
He's what we like to call a Canadian moose. This guy is 6'3", 205 pounds, out of Alberta, Canada. He was one of the best outfield prospects in Canada when he came to college, and he's proved it why year after year with Wazoo.
And the first pitch he sees, he swings and misses. It's going to be 0-1 for Max Hartman. Bowman readying the pitch. Here it comes. Max Hartman swings on it, and it gets by the first baseman. Quick single for Max Hartman on the 0-1 count. Phenomenal hit. Good job finding the ball for Max Hartman, and that is going to be a lead-off single for the Cougs, bringing up Mason Perello.
Just a tomahawk shot from Max Hartman. Looked like Eisenstadt could have possibly got a glove to it. Maybe the sun was in his eyes a little bit. The sun is kind of blasting into right field, first base side, but now Mason, he's got a hot bat. He could possibly drive in Max Hartman.
And Perello takes ball 1, the count 1-0. Still down, but the tying run is on base at first for the Cougs. Perello gets his pitch and swung on in line, drops into left field, and that's going to be a single for Perello, bringing Max Hartman to second base. And now the winning run is on base, and Matt Priest, who has had a pretty good year, is up to the plate for the Cougs.
Back-to-back hits, that's what separates good teams from bad teams. Good teams have guys who will get hits, and then the next 2 guys behind them, ground out, fly out, strike out, what have you. Great teams are able to string base hits together back-to-back, and you're starting to see that. Max Hartman, Mason Perello, Matt Priest, he's got 24 hits, 21 RBIs, 3 home runs, 2 of which were against Gonzaga, so perhaps he's the Bulldog killer.
First pitch here, and that's swung on high to center field. He's going to get under it and catch it, and Max Hartman is going to tag up from second base, and that throw is almost there in time, but he is able to slide in and is safe. So now runners on first and third for the Cougs.
I don't hate that there if you're Matt Priest. I mean, first pitch you see, just really tag it into center field. Bo Schinkel able to be underneath it and make that catch. Try to gun down Max Hartman. That's a tough ask. Max Hartman is one of the fastest members of this Wazoo squad. You're not going to be able to catch him very many days. But now you got Ryan Shonsby up to bat, runners on first and third. Nobody better to have at the plate right now for Washington State.
Ryan Shonsby looking to tie the game here, bring Max Hartman in. First pitch is outside for Shonsby. It's going to be a 1-0 count. Cougs still down 1 run. We are in the bottom of the third. Shonsby gets back to the plate, swings his bat a little. Bowman readies the pitch, gets the call from the catcher. Here it comes. And that one is ripped and just foul on the first baseline. And that is just going to be a long strike for Bowman. 1-1 the count.
Good swing there for Ryan Shonsby. I mean, kind of lunged at it a little bit. If you just get that to the left a little bit, that's a good base hit because that'll touch down, slow roll possibly to the corner. You'll score Hartman at the very least. Mason Pro's pretty quick. He could get around second, get into third, possibly come home to score. So don't hate the initiative there for Ryan Shonsby to just try and poke one into right field.
1-1 the count for Shonsby. Pickoff attempt towards first is not going to be much there for Bowman. Cougs still down 1 run. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on third and first. A chance to drive in a run here. Shonsby swings, and that one bounces right to the right field on a ground ball, and that's going to bring Max Hartman in to tie the game for the Cougs. Game 3-3 now with runners on second and first. Shonsby finding his hit there.
Third baseman.
And that brings up third baseman Ollie Aubenhauer to the plate to try and drive in more runs for the Cougs.
Shonsby had a 9-game hitting streak coming into today's game, and he makes it double digits now. 10 games with a hit, and I mean, just nobody hotter than he is for the Cougs.
First pitch to Ollie, and it's swung on and missed. 0-1 the count. Himself as Bowman steps onto the plate. Here comes the first pitch. And that is swung on, and it's almost turned to 2. It's missed. He's safe at get the out at first after the throw is offline at second base. So that is going to move the runners up to third and second. And they avoid the out at second base. So 2 outs, and the inning still goes for the Cougs.
Yeah, that's an interesting one there. Ryan Shonsby is going to get into second base, basically on I don't know exactly what you would call that. Fielder's choice, potentially. I wouldn't necessarily call it an error. They still got an out. But, of course, there's a 4-3 put out for Ollie Aubenhauer. Infield coming together here to talk it over. The crew chiefs and the umpires here in today's game coming together to talk this over as well. Kind of discuss the rule there. Because it did look as though Hudson Shoup over at second base pulled his foot off the bag, did not have it on the bag when he made the catch. So they're going to talk this over, and it looks like they might initiate a review. And it sounds like Gonzaga is challenging the play to try and see if Hudson Shoup kept his foot on the bag throughout the play. Because if he did, then that would be a double play. That would be the end of the inning.
Yeah, and that if you're Gonzaga, this is a great place to use that challenge because runners on base all over, and so you got to get out of this inning. Well, we are going to go to a quick break here while the umps make their decision on the play. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Look up, dumbass. Oh, not you guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was not talking to you guys. Holy shit. Yeah. bro. I'm gonna be by myself, Maxine, bro. Hey, thought you weren't coming.
Right when they were walking out. It's right next to the announcer's booth.
Yeah, I just spent $8 on a pretzel and then I looked at my bank account. $8.
Okay, Twin, I'll send you a photo. I'll send you a video. I'll send you a video. Check your Snapchat.
Wait, what happened?
Check your Snapchat.
I paid for it.
Oh, shoot. I'll see it.
But just bring me back.
And the umps have made their decision, and he was out at second base, so it's going to be a double play for Gonzaga, and that is going to be it for the inning, leaving 2 hits for the Cougs, bringing in 1 run, but leaving 2 runners on base. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Calling all Cougs. All is able. The baseball scan-a-thon is underway. Students can scan in at eligible home baseball games to earn runs and climb the leaderboard. Every scan boosts your chances to win fun end-of-year prizes, including an electric scooter, gear, and more. Let's get out to the game, support Cougar baseball, and have some fun this month. Go earn those runs. Now that could go about right over number 15, Noah Meffer.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We are back here at Bailey Brayton. The game is all tied up now, 3-3, Cougs and Zags. And that here comes the first pitch to Noah Meffert, and that is going to be a ball. As we have some difficulties here in the booth. 1-0 the count. And that one is low. 2-0 for Noah Meffert. Noah Meffert having a pretty good season here, hitting a .299 as the pitch from Blatter goes and gets right through second base and to the center fielder, and that is going to be a lead-off single for the Zags. Noah Meffert gets on base.
And a 2-hit game there for Noah Meffert. He had an RBI single back in the second inning to bring home Max Haley, who had the leadoff double in the bottom of the second. So, I mean, now tie ball game 3-3, Meffert on base. Now you got Hudson Shoup. It was a good opportunity to try and just take back the lead.
Biggest crowd for the Cougs here today in the season. Hudson Shoup up to bat. Runner on first. No outs. Here comes the pitch from Blatter, and that one's outside. It's going to be ball 1. 1-0 the count. Wind kicking up here in Bailey Brayton as Brock Blatter kind of gathers himself, checks on the runner at first. 1-0 the count. Here comes the pitch. And that one is in there for a strike. Catches the zone on the outside. It's going to be 1-1 now for Hudson Shoup. Game still tied. Runner on first. 1-1. Even count. Runner on first gets his lead. And looking for a pickoff attempt, but there's nothing there for Blatter. And he will kind of gather himself again. Blatter steps onto the mound now. Checks the runner again. Readies his pitch. 1-1 the count. Here it comes. And swung on. Chipped to the shortstop. Throw is in there. And he is out, but no turn on the double play. That is going to be the first out for the Cougs as Noah Meffert is not able to get there in time. And it's going to be a fielder's choice.
That's about as bang as it possibly gets. A head first slide from Meffert, trying to get in there, just trying to get onto the bag. But again, good play there from Kyle Northrup. Had to range over. It was kind of softly off the bat, able to get the glove to it, able to get the transition, turn, throw to second base. That's a hard play to make. Again, bang. A fielder's choice gets shoot on, but now it's Jacob Rubleski with an opportunity to drive him around.
Bladder's first pitch to Rubleski is low. It's going to be ball one. More and more first pitch balls from Bladder this game. Not really what you want to see if you are Brock Bladder. 1-0 the count. Game still tied. Runner on first still. And that is swung on, and the shortstop is going to get it. Throw to first, and not in time. Not nearly in time. It's going to be a single for Rubleski, and that is going to move a runner to second. Runners on first and second for the Zags.
I have been so impressed with Kyler Northrup at the shortstop position. I mean, he kind of started as a third baseman, occasionally playing second, and now he's swapped spots basically with Gavin Roy. Gavin Roy was the starting shortstop for Washington State all of last year, a majority of this year, but now you got Kyler Northrup over there, and he's been making good plays and great plays as well, like that one right there. The one right before it where he was able to get the out at second, and then that one where he just lays out, he's a really, really tall guy, able to reach out there, smother that ball, try and get the out at first. Obviously, it's a long throw. You had to get back to your feet, so you're not going to be able to get the out there. Nathan Cho's going to call a mound visit here and kind of calm things down. But, I mean, yeah, 2 runners on, only 1 out, tie ball game, 3-3. This is shaping up to be a really good matchup between these two teams who are going to be rivals in the Pac-12.
Yeah, and Rubleski just too fast, beats the ball, and now runners on first and second for the Zags, looking to capitalize here with 1 out. Next up to the plate is going to be Tommy Eisenstadt, looking to drive in a run here, number 29. And Bladder readies, checks the runner on second, and throws his first pitch. And that is going to be inside for a ball. 1-0 the count, falling behind once again. Quickly.
And Eisenstadt, he's a grad student, so he's been around the block in college baseball. And he's also was on the WCC All-Academic team last year, so a really, really smart guy.
And that pitch bounces off the glove in a weird way of the catcher for the Cougs, and the runners are going to get an easy steal. Now runners on second and third for the Zags. Not what you want to see if you are a Coug fan, as it bounces off McLeod's glove.
Yeah, 2 runners in scoring position now for Gonzaga. As Eisenstadt at the plate, he's got 23 RBIs. Could make it 25 right here.
And that pitch is low. It's going to be ball 3, 0 strikes. Brock Bladder kind of struggling here. Runners on second and third. 1 out. Pop fly will do it. And that is going to be 4 balls. Bases loaded for Bo Schinkel, who might be considered the Cougar killer at this point.
Yeah, he had a double against the Cougs back in the first game of this series, and then had a double earlier tonight, was able to bring home 2 runs. It was a 2-run RBI double in the top of the second. That gave the Cougs gave the Zags the lead, made it 3-2 at that point. Now it's tied up 3-3. He's back up, bases loaded. A 4-pitch walk from Brock Bladder. That's his 3rd walk given up tonight. He has really struggled, at least when it comes to getting behind in counts. He's kind of given up those 4-pitch walks occasionally.
And it's going to be a mound visit now for the whole infield and the coach. So we're going to have to see what's happening. And it could be the end of Brock Bladder's night.
Yeah, they call down to the bullpen, so Brock Bladder's day is over. He does go 2 1/3 to be able to try and keep Gonzaga in check. He does give up 3 runs, 3 walks, a couple of hits as well. So I'm not sure who exactly they're going to lean on here out of the bullpen, but he's got an opportunity to possibly shut things down and maybe slam the door on Gonzaga about a quarter of the way into this game.
Yeah, and so we're going to go to a break here. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. We are back here at Bailey Brayton Field where Tabor Fast now takes the mound for the Cougs. Bases are loaded for the Zags with one out, looking to get out. Here comes the first pitch from Tabor, and that one is swung on. Going to be flipped to the shortstop, who gets the first out at second and is thrown to first. That's a double play for the Cougs, and they get out of the inning with no runs scored for Gonzaga. Phenomenal double play from the Cougs, and Tabor Fast comes in with one pitch to get the Cougs out of the inning. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
The catcher, number 24.
Welcome back to Bailey Brayton Field. We have a tie ball game in the bottom of the fourth. The Cougs get out with a double play with the bases loaded. And now up to the plate for the Cougs is going to be Cam McLeod, the catcher, looking to make some noise for the Cougs in the bottom of the fourth. And the first pitch he sees is fouled back towards the fans behind the plate. It's going to be 0-1 for McLeod.
And McLeod reached on a fielder's choice back in the second. And that was where the Cougs were kind of threatening to try and get back into the game. They came up a little bit short there, but let's see if McLeod can't maybe up the batting average. He's batting 180 so far.
And that pitch is in there for a ball. So it will be 1-1 now. Cougs and Zags tied in the bottom of the fourth. 1 ball, 1 strike. Next pitch is in the dirt. And McLeod is ahead, 2-1. Bowman steps to the mound now. Kind of gets his call from the catcher. Readies his pitch. Here it comes. And swung on by McLeod. Going to be straight to the shortstop. Running and gets the out. Zags get McLeod out as he hits it to the shortstop. It's going to be the first out for the Cougs.
I got your heart going a little bit there over to Sanchez at shorts, and he gathered on his, crow hop over, throw to first. Throw looks a little high, but Eisenstadt, he's pretty tall over that first base, so he's able to get the glove up and make the catch, but definitely got your blood going a little bit there if you're a Zag fan.
Kyler Northrup now at the plate. First pitch is outside for a ball. Tons and tons of first thrown balls here today. Just going to keep that number going. 3-3. And that one is inside. Almost gets him for Northrup. So now he is up 2-0 as Bowman kind of gathers his chalk and kind of gathers himself here.
And Northrup batting in the 9-hole. He's found himself in the 9-hole for quite a few games. Even though he's batting .274, he's a great hitter. He's a really good second leadoff hitter.
Yeah, and I think it's not a bad spot for him as he takes the third ball. So now he's up 3-0. We're going to see if he gets the green light here. Here comes a pitch from Bowman. And that one bounces off the catcher, and that is going to be a free base for Northrup. And the Cougs get one on with 1 out.
As the third walk given up by Bowman so far today. I mean, now you got a runner on first base. Lineup card flipping over. Trevor Smith, he's a guy who can really do some damage. He had a leadoff double in the first. he popped out to second in the second inning. But now, Kyle Northrup on first. Tie ball game 3-3. Let's see if he doesn't make Bowman pay.
Bowman readies his pitch for Trevor Smith, and the first pitch he sees is swung on and missed. It's going to be 0-1 quickly for Trevor Smith, as he'll have to climb back already.
I really fooled him with that. A really good breaking ball that Trevor Smith was early on, just kind of trying to yank that ball into left field.
Trevor Smith plays center fielder as he sees another strike and is quickly behind. With the Cougs have a runner on first and 0-2 the count for Trevor Smith, looking to drive in a run and get on base. Here comes the pitch from Bowman. And swung on and fouled left side. Good fight from Trevor Smith here as the wind kicks up in Bailey Brayton Field. The count's still 0-2 with one out for the Cougs.
Palouse is just historically really windy. You'll get these really strong bursts like that. And occasionally it could carry a ball out.
And that pitch is outside, 1-2 the count. Trevor Smith looking to climb back here. Northrup on first base takes his lead as Bowman readies his pitch for Smith. And it's looking for a pickoff attempt, but Northrup gets back in time. Bowman will now kind of gather himself again. And Northrup will take his lead once more as the pitch for Smith comes in. And that one is swung on and belted as Northrup takes off and is going to get an easy third base. And great stuff from Northrup on the base running. Trevor Smith gets a single, but puts Northrup at third as it's belted to right field. Great stuff from Trevor Smith. And now up to the plate is Gavin Roy, who has the most hits for the Cougs, looking to drive in that winning run to take the lead.
Yeah, good piece of situational hitting there from Trevor Smith. Runner on first. Kyler Northrup, like you said, he takes off. Good ball that's kind of stung into the alleyway. You guys saw Schinkel kind of cut it off there in the gap. I mean, still, Northrup was around second quickly into third, first and third. This is a situation you want to be in. You don't want runners on first and second with one out. You want runners on first and third with one out, because now you can set things up here, because Trevor Smith, he's quick. He can snag a bag, and he can cause a little bit of chaos as well. So if you're the Cougs, you got to have something brewing here, something cooking to get some kind of play from Trevor Smith, as it looks like Bowman's day is over.
Yeah, Trevor Smith gets that hit on Bowman, and that'll be it for his night. So we will see a new pitcher for the Zags as we will take a break here from Bailey Brayton with Gaige Anderson and Smith Slye. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Now pitching for the Bulldogs, number 36, Mickey McCloskey.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back to Bailey Brayton as we have a new pitcher for the Zags. Mickey McCloskey takes the mound for the Zags as he will face probably one of Washington State's better hitters, Gavin Roy, who leads the Cougs in hits for the season. First pitch from McCloskey. And Gavin Roy swings at that one and misses. Wild pitch. They don't know where it's at. And that's going to score Kyler Northrup, who great base running will take home and give Cougs the lead as Northrop comes home on a wild pitch and Smith takes second as it kind of just fumbled under the legs of the catcher, and that's not what you want to see if you are a Zags fan.
Man, not every day you'll see an RBI pass ball like that. That's got to hurt if you're Rubleski. That's your one job is keeping in front of you. Things like that happen.
And that pitch is slammed from Gavin Roy, who tacks another hit for his season total. Takes first base as Trevor Smith will take third.
This is really good for Washington State. Now it's deja vu for the Zags. Runner on first and third. 1 out. 4-3 Washington State leading after you saw Kyle Northrop come home to score there. And now you got Max Hartman. It's a righty on lefty matchup. So if there was ever a time wind blowing out to right field right now in a fierce way, Max Hartman could really tag one to right field and it could carry out.
Cougs now lead 4-3 against the Zags in the bottom of the fourth inning. Max Hartman at the plate. We'll see his first pitch from McClaskey. And he swings and misses at that one. That is going to be strike one for Max Hartman, who is looking to add on even more damage against the Zags. 0-1 the count. McClaskey readies his pitch. Max Hartman at the plate. And he looks for the pickoff at Gavin Roy at first and does not have it. Nowhere near. You got to wonder if they kind of use that moment to gather themselves for the next pitch.
Oh, yeah, just a little bit. You're just trying to slow things down a little bit, get things under control, take a breath.
Here comes the pitch to Hartman from McClaskey. And it's low. It's going to even the count. 1-1 for Max Hartman. Max Hartman wants to be that guy. He's looking to drive in Trevor Smith, make the Cougs lead even more as the Cougs lead 4-3. 1-1 the count, 1 out. Max Hartman at the plate. Max Hartman swings and misses at another one. It's going to be 1-2 for Max Hartman as McClaskey just gets him with that one.
The one knock I have on Max Hartman is he takes real big hacks at balls that sometimes maybe he shouldn't. He's really hunting for base hits sometimes, and he has 31 strikeouts on the year. Might be 32 right here.
Here comes the pitch from McClaskey. And that one's in the dirt. Another wild pitch as Cougs look to score in that. Oh, no. They get the second out as Trevor Smith looks to steal home, but the pitch is not wild enough. Rubletsky gets the throw to Bowman, who Bowman tags him out. So a runner on second now as the double steal, but 2 outs for the Cougs as Trevor Smith is tagged out at home. Max Hartman still at the plate, looking to drive in. Gavin Roy swings at that one, barely gets it. Kind of just bounces in front of him and bounces right foul. So 2-2, still the count for Max Hartman, but 2 outs now and a runner on second.
Love the initiative there for Trevor Smith, third base. You see that ball kick away. That's smart. Try and take home. I mean, Rubletsky made that look smooth as butter, sliding on the knee pads, picks it up, throws a dart right to the glove of McClaskey.
McClaskey's pitch. Max Hartman thought that one was coming towards me, fouls it off back towards the fans at the plate. We'll kind of take a moment now as the count still stays 2-2. Cougs leading 4-3 after the bottom of the fourth. Here comes the pitch from McClaskey to Hartman. And popped up to right field. It's high ball going, and it's gone! Max Hartman home run. 2-out home run, brings in 2 runs. The man, Max Hartman, crushes it to right field, right over the Bailey sign. And that's going to score 2 runs for the Cougs. 6-3, the Cougs lead as he clears the bases.
Max Hartman. Wow. Really, that's what I tell you. Tag one to right field, get it high in the air, and what will happen? The wind is going to carry that ball out. That is now his 4th home run of the year. I mean, it's a great spot now. 6-3 Washington State lead. I mean, game's not over. Job's not finished. But, I mean, great spot right now to kind of pull away with this game.
Beautiful hit from Max Hartman on the home run. With Mason Perello now at the plate, the DH, as he takes strike one. 0-1 the count for Perello. Cougs now lead 6-3, trying to keep the lead on Gonzaga. We know that the Gonzaga can put up runs in the later innings as Mason Perello swings at strike 2.
And that's something you saw in the first game of this, season series. The Cougs and the Zags were a bit of a boxing match, and then Gonzaga kind of ran away with it in the last part of that game.
And Perello swings at strike 3, and that will sit him down and end the inning for the Cougs as they put up a Max Hartman home run, which drives in 2 runs and another run. So it's going to be 3 runs for the Cougs and 2 hits to end the inning with 0 runners left on base. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Fans joining us for today's game are the British Cougs, Special Olympics athletes, and coaches on the WSU Cougar War program. Please join us in welcoming them to today's match.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Well, the Cougs put up a 3 spot in the bottom of the 4th. Tabor Fast still on the mound for Washington State, and he's got a comfortable lead to work with here as the lineup card flips over for Gonzaga. Ricky Sanchez coming up to bats, down by 3. Tabor Fast, the left-hander out of Chehalis, Washington, going up against the right-handed Ricky Sanchez. And here's the first pitch to him. Center cut, taking strike 1. Sanchez drew a leadoff walk back in the first. And this is the second at bat of the day. Here's the 0-1. Swung on, missed, strike 2. Breaking ball really fooled him, chased after it, and now it's an 0-2 count for the graduate student from Mexico.
And if you're Gonzaga here, you kind of got to breathe. You kind of got to take your time with it. You know that you guys can put up runs later in the game, so kind of take your moment and breathe.
0-2 pitch to Sanchez. Low and outside, trying to get him to chase. He doesn't offer at it. Ball 1 now to him. And a flurry of Cougar fans streaming for the exits here. That or they're going for hot dogs. It's hard to tell sometimes. Probably a good mix of both. So here's the 1-2. Spiked in the dirt, grabbed by McLeod. Ball 2. Evens up the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes now for Ricky Sanchez.
They saw the Max Hartman home run and were like, okay, that's all I needed to see today, and are heading for the exit.
And I forget that baseball is 9 innings, not 4. Here's 2-2. Lower inside half, doesn't get the call. Ball 3, fills it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes now for Ricky Sanchez.
Sanchez kind of came out there, swung at the first 2, but climbing his way back.
Trying to work a quality at bat out of this one. To pull a rabbit out of the hat, one might say. Payoff pitch, swung on, spoiled right field side. And that ball will just miss the batting complex. Bounces over by where they keep the turtle. And the turtle is what you see them using during batting practice. They put it over home plate to contain all the foul balls. Full count now for Sanchez again. Fast from the windup. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses low and inside. They check down to first base. First base umpire Daryl Manson says he does not go. And it's a leadoff walk for Sanchez. He's familiar with those. He drew one back in the first.
Not what Fast wants there. He had him at an 0-2 count, and Sanchez just crawled his way back. Good stuff from Sanchez, but if you're Tabor Fast, you have to lock in.
And it's Mikey Bell now up to bats. There's a little bit of a false start here. Tabor Fast was ready to go. Looked like Mikey Bell might not have been. And the home plate umpire, Tyler Wall, has to jump out of the way, call time, calm things down. Runner on first for Gonzaga. That's Ricky Sanchez after that leadoff walk. If you're just now joining us. It's 6-3, Washington State leading here in the top of the 5th inning. Fast, looks over to first, lifts and delivers. Swung on, lifted high in the air to right field, drifting over Max Hartman. He's at the track, he's at the wall. That ball is gone! Mikey Bell pokes one into right field the opposite way, and the wind sails it out of here. 6-4, Gonzaga climbing their way back into this game.
In great hit, but you have to wonder if a little bit of that was the wind. Kind of carried the ball over the wall at right field, and Mikey Bell with the home run gets Gonzaga within 1 run of the Cougs.
And pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually 6-5. I can't do math, apparently. I'm a comms major. It happens. As that looks like it is it for Tabor Fast. Nathan Choate makes the mound visit, takes the rock from him, and they'll call down to the bullpen, and we'll figure out who they're going to be leaning on here, second in relief, after that 2-run shot given up to Mikey Bell, who's one of the best players on that Gonzaga roster. We'll see who it is coming out of the pen here for Washington State. Again, you're listening to Cougar Baseball here on KUGR. Mikey Bell just tagged a 2-run home run, making it 6-5. Washington State still leading, but Gonzaga, like we said before, they have a tendency to crawl back into games. We're going to step aside for a second. Listen to Cougar Baseball only on KUGR.
Now pitching for the Cougars, number 42, Trevor Stowe.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Left fielder number 2, Ryder Young.
Well, Ryder Young's got a tough act to follow. Mikey Bell poked a ball out to right field high in the air. The wind tunnel up there just kind of carried it over the fence for a 2-run shot. 6-5, Washington State still leading. And coming out of the bullpen, it's the right-hander Trevor Stowe. It's his first offering to Ryder Young, low and outside, ball 1.
Yeah, and the wind is carrying those balls today, so you got to be careful with a guy like Ryder Young, who's sitting at 8 home runs.
1-0 pitch, swung on, fouled high, right field side over the bleachers. Well out of play, strike 1. And Ryder Young joins Gonzaga this year. He's a first-time Bulldog out of Chaffey College. And since getting to Spokane, he's picked up right where he left off with Chaffey. Having a phenomenal year, batting .294 with 8 home runs. His 1-1 pitch misses outside, ball 2. And with Chaffey, he had a career .411 average, a 1214 OPS, 146 hits, 23 home runs as well. 2-1 offering from Stowe. Lifted high, right field side. Ryan Shawsley, the first baseman, over to the warning track, makes the catch right in front of the fence for a little P3 to sit down Ryder Young. And he is 0 for 3 so far tonight. And now it's Maddox Haley coming to bat, and he is one dangerous face for the Cougs.
Kind of surprised that ball was not carried by the wind out into the fans. Cougs kind of get lucky with one there.
Trevor Stowe out of Buffalo, Wyoming, transferred to the Cougs from the College of the Desert. Spent 2 years there. His first pitch to Haley. Swung on, lined in the left field. That'll touch down on a few hops into the glove of Matt Priest. And it is another hit for Maddox Haley, his second of the night. And it's a 1-out base runner for Gonzaga.
And you have to have a little bit of PTSD here from the last time they played Gonzaga. You had it for a little bit, neck and neck, and just Gonzaga's starting to put together those hits, and you got to worry a little bit.
Well, now it's Noah Meffert coming up for Gonzaga. He had an RBI single back in the second, had another single later on. As his first pitch is on that inside corner, strike one.
Great pitch right there. Phenomenal pitch from Trevor Stowe.
Stowe, arm dangling down, he gets the sign. Comes set from the stretch, checks to first from Haley. Lifts and delivers. Lower inside half, he got it for strike two. And so far, Meffert hasn't taken the bat off the shoulder.
Great look from Stowe here.
Stowe again gets his sign, looks over the shoulder at Haley. Decent lead from him at first. Here's the 0-2. Outside corner, pitch out, throw down at first base, trying to back pick Haley. He's back in, just slips the hand in there. And he's in head first safely.
Good idea there from the Cougs. Stowe up in the count and a pitch out trying to get the runner up first.
1-2 count from Meffert. 6-5. Washington State still leading. Meffert spoils this one straight back over the press box. Count's going to stay put at 1 ball and 2 strikes to Meffert. Now Meffert last summer spent it up in Bellingham with the Bellingham Bells in the West Coast League. The rival of the Wenatchee Apple Sox, who Ryder Young will be playing for. 1-2 count still. The lift and the delivery. Inside, just missed it. Stowe doesn't like the call. Evens it up. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Meffert, who is 2 for 2 so far today, trying to make it 3 for 3.
Oh, man, Meffert is having himself a night, looking to continue that streak.
6-5, Washington State leading here in the top of the 5th. Here's the 2-2. Swung on, fouled through the legs, over to the Washington State dugouts. And again, count's going to stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out, 1 runner on, 1 run lead for Washington State.
McLeod liked that pitch. It was fouled off, but he was shaking his head up and down towards Stowe. Really liked what he saw there.
Stowe gets his sign, comes set from the stretch. Pickoff attempt over to first, not in time. Haley back in, kind of overslid the bag a little bit. Kind of had his hip on the white part of the bag. And you'll see here in college baseball, they have the safety bag, the little green one off to the right. And as a hitter, you're supposed to run through that if there's a play at first base. They don't have that in high school. They don't have it in the major leagues. I don't know why they have it in college.
It's a safety thing, I think.
2-2 pitch, outside, ball 3, fills it up. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Meffert. And you're right, it probably is a safety thing, but it just always felt weird to me that you don't have it in high school where you think you'd want to keep people safe. But then you have it in college, and then they go back to what you had in high school in the bigs. There's no safety bag. It just always was a little bizarre to me. Here's a payoff pitch to Meffert. High and tight, spins him away. Ball 4. And now the Zags haven't parked on first and second. Only 1 out here in the top of the 5th. 6-5. And Stowe got himself in a bit of a jam here. Can he wiggle off the hook?
Not an ideal inning for the Cougars, as walks another guy after getting ahead. Just not what you want to see from Stowe.
That's just a quality at bat, as we like to say. Get behind 0-2, and you somehow find yourself on first base with a walk. Now it's Hudson Shoup, the lefty batter, against the righty Stowe. Swung on, fouled straight back into the netting. Both of us kind of jumped a little bit. Optical illusion. It definitely was coming back towards us. You kind of forget sometimes you got the net there to protect you. And it's an 0-1 count early on to Shoup.
That is the thing about Bailey Brayton. The net does cover the entire crowd. Covers the entire crowd. So.
Trying to keep the Cougar faithful safe. 0-1 pitch, cut on, missed. A breaking ball fooled him completely. He was about an hour too early for that pitch.
And another 0-2 count for Stowe. Let's see if he can finally finish one of these at-bats.
Now, Hudson Shoup was really great for Gonzaga last year. Bad .329 in 53 total games played. Here's his 0-2 pitch. Swung on. It was high and inside. Fights it off the hands. Straight back over our heads into the parking lot. Count's going to stay put at no balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 count for Hudson Shoup, the kid from West Richland, Washington. with 2 runners on and 1 out, top of the 5th. Here's the pitch. Spiked right off the plate, kicks away from McLeod. Everyone's up 90 feet safely. No throw from anybody. Trevor Stowe, but via his own work, moves everybody into scoring position. Now it's a 1-2 count for Hudson Shoup, and one swing of the bat could give him RBIs 26 and 27 on the year.
And just really unfortunate from Stowe here. He has to get it together if the Cougs want to get out of this situation.
1-2 count now for Hudson Shoup. 2 runners in scoring position. You got Haley at third base. You got Medford at seconds. And a 1-2 count, 1 out here in the top of the 5th. That pitch grounded foul right off the face of the Gonzaga dugout. It was really scorched over there. Count stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Wind really picking up here in Bailey-Brayton as the sun has set and the lights come to take over the field.
And Cougar baseball at night, the way it's supposed to be played. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted high in the air. Northrup tries to go back to try and make a play on it. Matt Priest from left field comes all the way in. He can't make a grab on it. It kicks away from his glove. Haley scores. Medford's into second, and Hudson Shoup is on second base. Holy smokes. A ball hit into no man's land. Matt Priest tried to make a play on it. He can't grab it, and now it's a tie game, 6-6.
Oh, and that's the Wind for you. And that you just can't do that as an outfielder and an infielder, and got to communicate, especially with how bad the wind is. It's just unfortunate for the Cougars.
And it looks like they're going to mark that down as a hit, the 10th hit of the night for Gonzaga. 2 runners in scoring position for Jacob Rubleski. That's a breaking ball in the outside corner, strike 1 to him. Rubleski, the junior out of Okotoks, Alberta. Spent 1 year with Chandler Gilbert Community College before transferring to Gonzaga last year. He goes after this breaking ball at his knees, fouls it off. It's 1 ball and 1 strike now to him.
And the game tied once more. We really got ourselves a shootout here. It's just going to come down to who can run away with it.
And coming into this inning, it was 6-3, Washington State leading by a 3-run margin. Now it's tied up 6-6 here in the top of the 5th. 1-1 pitch to Rubleski, lined hard into right field, out of the reach of Max Hartman. He can't make a grab on it. It 1-hops the wall. 1 run scores, 2 runs score. Jacob Rubleski clears the base path. It's 8-6, Gonzaga leading an RBI double, and Gonzaga is trying to run away with this one.
Man, you just got to feel kind of bad for Max Hartman out there. I really got to believe it's the wind, and he's just not able to come down with that catch, and it scores 2 for Gonzaga, and the crowd is kind of cleared out here in Bailey-Brayton.
Yeah, a lot of the Cougar faithful, a lot of crimson and gray kind of flowing towards the exits, trying to get out of this game. As the Cougs are going to make yet another call to the bullpen. This is what you'll see in games against Gonzaga like this. It's usually a bullpen night, and they're dipping into the bullpen early and often. As Rylan Hyder, the submarine pitcher for Washington State, will climb up onto the rubber and try and get things under control here, with Gonzaga trying to run away with it here in the top of the 5th. 8-6, Gonzaga leading. This is Cougar Baseball, only on KUGR, Cougar College Radio. I'm Smith Slye, joined to my left with Gaige Anderson. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Taking him out for the Cougars, number 54, Rylan Hyder.
Came to rock in your blue jeans and white tank top. Man, that look drives me wild. And it's hey now, here goes DJ. Don't play nothing slow. Keep those girls out on the floor. Gotta make them wanna come back for more. And hey, that sun is down, be there when it comes back around. But all week it's time to play. Gonna get a little bit sad.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
The sun has gone down on the Palouse. It's the Pac-12 after dark, or at least the trailer for it. It's the new look Pac-12. These two teams, Gonzaga and Washington State, will be rivals in that new look conference. And right now it's Gonzaga kind of on top of Washington State, 8-6 here in the top of the fifth. 2-run home run earlier in this inning, and then a bases clearing double there from Jacob Wróblewski. But now it's Tommy Eisenstadt up to bat for Gonzaga, the starting first baseman. He's got Wróblewski on second, goes after the first pitch he sees, swing and a miss, strike one. And Eisenstadt joins Gonzaga out of the College of San Mateo. San Mateo, I believe is how you're supposed to pronounce it. 0-1 count now for Eisenstadt. One runner on, one out. Here's the pitch. Right down the middle, strike two.
And he gets up quickly, 0-2. Gonna see if he can put another out for the Cougs, trying to get out of this inning with a runner on second.
Rylan Hyder lifts and delivers. Swung on, grounded right up the middle. Northrup was playing over to his left. He gathers it, throws the first just in time to get the out. A 6-3 put out to sit down Eisenstadt, but it does move Wróblewski into third base. So now Rylan Hyder on the mound for Washington State. 2 outs and a runner on third. Can he get out of a jam?
Bo Schinkel coming up, and like we said, this guy might be the Cougar killer. Has had some pretty good hits against the Cougs this season, so he's going to look to do more damage here.
He's already driven in a pair so far tonight. The first pitch he sees, kind of an inside-out swing, flared to the left field side, foul, just bangs off the wall. Matt Priest is there to pick it up, scoops it up, and actually kind of flips it over the fence into the Cougar bullpen, just trying to get that ball out of play. And it's an 0-1 count early on for Bo Schinkel. Schinkel awaits his 0-1 pitch. Long breath there from Rylan Hyder. He delivers. Low and outside, ball one.
Starting to get kind of chilly here at Bailey Brayton, so gotta kind of keep warm. Hope that they can get this guy going.
1-1 pitch to Schinkel. Kind of yanked it inside for ball two. And Bo Schinkel, he's a new face for Gonzaga. Last year was with Johnson County Community College. Batted .385 there with a 109.1 OPS and a perfect fielding percentage, 1,000 on the dots. As he kind of gets jammed on this one, a little dribbler over to Roy, picked up, thrown to first. They got him. And that retires the side, but not before Gonzaga tallies 5 runs to make it 8-6 off of 4 hits, no errors, and they do leave 1 runner left on base. It's 8-6. Gonzaga leading here as we move into the bottom of the 5th. Washington State needs to respond here about midway through this game. We'll see what happens with Mickey McClaskey still on the mound for Gonzaga. This is Cougar Baseball only on KUGR, Cougar College Radio.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Dustin Robinson.
Oh, Matt Priest gets the bat taken out of his hands. His day is done. Instead, it will be Dustin Robinson taking his place at the plate. And Mike McClaskey still on the mound for Gonzaga. He's facing off against Dustin Robinson, the redshirt sophomore out of Bray, California. Came to the Cougs from Cypress Community College. And you know who else came from Cypress Community College? That's Ryan Shawnsby. First pitch to Robinson. Center cut, taken all the way, strike one.
Robinson with 25 hits on the year and 3 home runs has a .336 on base percentage. Looking to get on base for the Cougs leading off.
Here's his 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball slipped out of the hands of McClaskey for ball one. Evens it up 1 ball and 1 strike. It is an 8-6 ball game here. Gonzaga leading by a pair. They really exploded there in the top of the 5th. Put up a 5 spot. As Robinson chops this one over to second base, Shoup picks it up, flips to first for the easy out. 4-3 put out to sit down Dustin Robinson, fresh off the bench. And now it'll be Ryan Shawnsby, his former Cypress Community College teammate, coming to the dish.
First baseman, number 19, Ryan Shawnsby.
I mentioned it before that Ryan Shawnsby, with his single back in the 3rd, has stretched his hitting streak to 10 games. Palouse says he couldn't get another multi-hit game, potentially. Here's his first offering from McClaskey. Goes after this one, kind of flares it into left center field, no man's land. Who will make a play on it? It's the left fielder, Ryder Young, able to call everybody off, make the grab on the run for out number 2. And it's a quick pair of outs here. So 2 outs now in the bottom of the 5th. Cougs still down by 2 runs.
Number 8.
Yeah, too quickly down for the Cougs. Have to get something going here if they want to try to crawl back into this game.
Allie Obenauer, the sophomore out of San Jose. 2 outs in, nobody on. First pitch, almost clips him on the elbow, kind of leans away from it, ball 1. Allie Obenauer had 11 hit by pitches last year, the 3rd most by a Coug freshman all time. Here's his 1-0. Right down the middle, strike 1. Allie Obenauer played in 48 games last year, all of which were starts. Dealt with an injury last year in a series against San Jose. Kind of hurt his hamstring as he chases after that breaking ball low and away. Strike 2.
Good stuff from McClaskey here. Trying to sit them down 1, 2, 3, seeing if he can get out of this inning.
And he's got an opportunity to do that right here. 1-2 count. Here's a long hold from the windup. Here's the pitch. Spiked about 3 feet in front of the plate. Good spit by Ollie Obenauer to even up this count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on. Cougs down by 2. Like I said, Obenauer dealt with an injury last year. Came back, got a couple starts in right field, couple in seconds. And then this year he's kind of been babying himself back into the lineup as he just stings this ball into left center field. Going back to center fielder Schenkel. Got a beat on it, able to get underneath it, make the grab, and the Cougs go down in order. No hits, no runs, no errors, and nobody left on base. Score is going to stay at 8-6. Gonzaga leading. We're into the 6th inning as more fans stream for the exits. The Cougar Faithful not exactly happy with what's going on right now on the field, but this is Cougar Baseball live from Bailey and Brayton. I'm Smith Slye, joined by Gaige Anderson. We'll be right back in just a little bit.
Number 21, Dustin Robinson.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
If you're listening to this game and you also happen to be a Mariners fan, don't have the ability to multitask, I'll help you out. The Mariners game is currently in the top of the 5th inning. The Athletics leading 2-1 over the Mariners. Let's take a peek back into this game. Gonzaga leading 8-6 with Ricky Sanchez coming up to bat, leading off for Gonzaga. This is the 3rd time in this ball game that he'll be leading off. He's got a blank slate, nobody on, no outs. Rylan Hyder still on the bump for Washington State. Here's the first pitch to Sanchez. That sidearm delivery, low and outside, ball 1.
Another quick 1-0 count for the Cougs. Not really what you want to see from the bullpen guys.
1-0 count to Sanchez. Rylan Hyder from the stretch, lifts, scoops some dirt, throws it in. Strike 1 to even up the count. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And that was a nice pitch from Rylan. Amazing stuff. You love to see that right there.
I mentioned earlier the Cougs wearing their crimson tops with the white pants, and Gonzaga in their gray unis with the pinstripes. As the 1-1 pitch is skipped in the dirt, picked on the backhand by Cam McLeod, ball 2.
Love the way that Rylan Hayter throws the ball. That little kind of sidearm throw makes it makes it kind of hard to see the pitch from here.
And Hyder is the 4th pitcher that the Cougs have leaned on so far in this game. It's just the top of the 6th. As Sanchez grounds us off the end of the bat right to Shonsby. Flip to Hyder. He steps on the bag for out number 1. It's a quick out here in the top of the 6th, and that's what the Cougars needed. They need to get out of an inning after they let up 5 back in the 5th. Well, it's Mikey Bell now for Gonzaga. 2 for 3 so far today. A single back in the 3rd, and that 2-run home run in the top of the 5th where he just hit it into a wind vortex up in right field. Got it above the lights, and the wind just sailed it out of there. It's first pitch to him. Swing on, lined foul right into the net, and it drops down into the Gonzaga bullpen. They're all kind of ducking for cover there. And it's an 0-1 count now early for Bell.
Looks like he's still swinging for that home run, trying to take out a few of his teammates' heads at the same time.
Yeah, Bell, he's out of Fresno, California, redshirt junior. His 0-1 pitch hits him on the stomach. He tried to jackknife away from it, but must have clipped a button on the jersey. And now he's up 90 feet, a free 90 now for Ryder Young to possibly move him around.
And not what you want to see from Rylan Hayter. He can't be hitting batters, especially down 2 in the top of the 6th.
And 1 runner on now for Ryder Young. Righty on righty matchup. First pitch, fastball right down the middle. Strike 1. And that's something that's going to happen, though, if you're a submarine pitcher like Hyder is. Every now and then, that those pitches look and they start way inside. Sometimes they're going to get away from you, and you're going to clip guys on the buttons on their jersey, just like that. As the 0-1 pitch swung on and missed, fooled him completely. A nice breaking ball from Hyder. Young chases after it, way out on his front foot, and now he's behind 0-2 with 1 out and 1 runner on. Hyder from the stretch. Bell at first base. Here's the pitch. Well outside, good take from Ryder Young to make it a 1-ball, 2-strike count with 1 out and 1 runner on.
And that was a good catch from McLeod. Kind of shifted over to catch that one as it was so far outside.
8-6 ball game, Gonzaga leading. Here's the 1-2 to Ryder Young. He does not get the call. Misses low and outside. Ball 2 evens it up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out, 1 runner on. That's Mikey Bell after he got hit by a pitch just moments ago. 56 degrees here in Pullman, Washington. Some heavy winds, and Rylan Hyder a snap move over to first base trying to catch Bell. He's back in head first, and they just are unable to get him there. Gonzaga searching for their 11th hit of the ball game. Here's the pitch. Runner takes off. Well outside. The throw down the second is airmailed, but contained by Gavin Roy. The throw high and wide. Roy had to kind of jump and corral it using all 5'7" of him. And Mikey Bell is able to snag a base.
And it's so unfortunate. Just a bad throw from McLeod. Too high for Gavin Roy because they had him dead to rights. He was not fast enough for that. The ball just was way too high.
And they'll pick over to second base. Gavin Roy holding him on, keeping him tethered there. He's back in head first. He's in there safely. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out for Ryder Young. Runner in scoring position. That's Mikey Bell at second base. Got hit by a pitch and then just stole second moments ago. 8-6 Gonzaga leading. Here at Knights on the Palouse. The 3-2 pitch inside might have clipped him, but nonetheless, it's ball 4. He's up 90 feet. Runners on first and second for Gonzaga. And now it's Maddox Haley coming to the dish.
This is not the guy you want at the dish after hitting the first guy and walking the next guy, bringing 2 runners on with 1 out. 9 home runs for Maddox Haley on the year. Not the guy you want to mess with.
And he's 2 for 3 so far today, a double and a single. Came around to score both times as he watches strike 1 right down Broadway. He's behind 0-1. I mentioned it before, Haley. The last time these two teams faced off, had 2 home runs, total of 5 hits and 6 RBIs. 2 of those hits were doubles. As he goes after a top shelf fastball, a hack and a half, got none of it. 0-2 now to Haley. This is exactly what you wanted if you're Rylan Hyder.
Haley angry after that one. I think more anger towards himself that he swung at that one as he looks for his next pitch here.
Here's the 0-2 from Rylan Hyder from the stretch. Fouled right field line, just foul. And the count's going to stay put. No balls and 2 strikes to Max Haley, the junior out of San Diego, California.
And that's him just trying to stay alive there. Didn't quite know what was coming towards him. Takes a swing and just goes foul down the first baseline.
And Haley adjusts his batting gloves, gets back into the box. And he joins Gonzaga after 2 years at Southwestern University. Of course, out of high school, he initially committed to San Diego State, a current Mountain West opponent of Wazoo, and then decided to move to Southwestern University. As Haley spoils this one. Foul, right field side, out of play.
Haley staying alive in the 0-2 count, trying to find his pitch and drive this one down the field.
And it's been quality at bat after quality at bat from Gonzaga, inning after inning, and this is how they bleed teams to death throughout these games. We're in the top of the 6th, 8-6, Gonzaga leading. Rylan Hyder lifts and fires, and that hits him on the Evo shield. Maddox Haley pounds his helmets. He is hyped. The bases are loaded. 1 out. And now you got Noah Meffert coming to the plate with an opportunity to extend the lead.
Not what you want to do in that situation. So unfortunate for Rylan Hyder as he loads the bases with only 1 out. Once again, the Cougs have loaded the bases with 1 out. Are they going to be able to get out of this again?
Well, it won't be Rylan Hyder's problem anymore. The Cougs call to the pen yet again for their fifth face. Oh, goodness gracious. 5th face. Try and say that 5 times fast. 5th face coming into today's game on the mound. We'll see who exactly it is, but still, the Gonzaga Bulldogs lead this game 8-6 here in the top of the 6th. Now, new face on the mound for Washington State. We're going to take a step aside here at Bailey and Brayton Field. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Sponsored by Boost Collaborative. Up on the mound for the Cougars, number 28, Eric Rodriguez.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
So you can close the book on Rylan Hyder. He takes a seat on the bench, and the Cougs are going to lean on junior Eric Rodriguez, the right-handed pitcher out of Riverside Community College. And coming into today's game, Rodriguez has a 10.38 ERA, and he is in a tough spot, facing off against Noah Meffert with the bases loaded, down by 2 runs. Gonzaga leading 8-6. Rodriguez, the 6'3" righty, lifts and fires high and inside. Ball 1.
That one was close. That was almost a free run for Gonzaga.
And Eric Rodriguez recently got his first career start with Washington State against Utah Tech. Did not go as planned, gave up 4 runs on 4 walks. As his next offering is right there for strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out for Noah Meffert. The base is juiced.
Looking to do whatever he can to get the Cougs out of this.
1 ball, 1 strike. Rodriguez, the pitch. Gets away from Cam McLeod. Rolls all the way to the backstop, but it hit off it quickly, right back into the glove of McLeod. They chase Mikey Bell back into third. Everyone stays put, and that was almost catastrophic for the Cougs.
That could have been really bad. He is so glad that it bounced off of the backstop and back to McLeod. That could have scored a run for Gonzaga.
2-1 count, fouled straight back past the head of McLeod. Evens it up, 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 out, bases loaded. And again, if you're wanting to watch the Mariners game but are forced to watch this stream, I'll let you know that Cal Raleigh just hit a home run, so it's a tie ball game now in the bottom of the 5th, 2-2. Mariners taking on the Athletics at home. Cougs at home today against Gonzaga. It's 8-6. Bulldogs leading. Here's a 2-2. Swing on the line, right side. It splits it into right field. 1 run scores. Around third, coming home to score run number 2. It's 10-6. Gonzaga leading by 4.
And just a beautiful hit from Medford to score those 2 runs. Just swung off the bat to right field, dropped down, and just a line drive. Great stuff from Medford.
Medford that's his 3rd single of the day, along with a walk, has yet to not reach base at any point in this game. As it is now 10-6, Gonzaga leading. Rodriguez still on the mound for Washington State. He's facing off against Hudson Shoup. First pitch, swung on, missed. That changeup really fooled him, dropped off the table. Strike 1.
Yeah, and Medford is having a great night tonight. So he just continues and continues. The Cougs have to find a way to knock him down.
0-1 count now for Hudson Shoup. Rodriguez lifts and fires. Inside, hits off the foot. That one definitely stung, jumping around there. Hudson Shoup takes off all of his various guards. Must have missed all of them. He's got the Evo shield on the elbow, on the leg, on the foot. Takes them all off, and he's going to be up 90 feet. And deja vu, bases loaded, 1 out here on the top of the 6th. And head coach Nathan Schultz going to come out and check in on Rodriguez. And the question is his day over after not having pitched a single, 1/3 of an inning? And it looks like Schultz just talking to him at the moment. Now, people are stirring in the Cougar bullpen, but it doesn't look like anybody's ready to come out at the moment. And I can only imagine what kind of words Nathan Schultz has for Rodriguez as well as his other Cougs out there, because the whole infield's come in to talk. So Nathan Schultz really trying to get the game plan under control here for Washington State. Things really slipping away from them. A 2 spot thus far given up here in the top of the 6th. 10-6, Gonzaga leading by 4. Rodriguez is going to stay out there. Right now, he's really got to work himself back into this game, because Gonzaga, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, and you have to. Northrop kind of talking to him, trying to hype him up, and he's got to get out of this quickly.
Well, it's a righty-on-righty matchup now. Rubleski, the catcher for Gonzaga, up to bats. The right-handed Eric Rodriguez. He lifts, he delivers. Low and inside, kind of zips past his knees for ball 1.
And the wheels are starting to fall off for the Cougs. They need to contain this inning.
1-0 offering from Eric Rodriguez. Here it is to Rubleski. Swung on, lifted, right field side. Well foul. That'll clang off the batting complex off the roof. And a couple members of the Gonzaga bullpen will go track down this ball.
Just a long strike once again for Rodriguez. Still looking to get out of this inning.
A ground ball up the middle could get you out of it. Here's the 1-1. Misses inside. Spins Wróblewski away from it. Doesn't hit him this time. And it's ball 2 to him.
Wróblewski almost looked like he kind of leaned into that one, kind of hoping to score a free run there. Hopefully no more hit by pitches for Rodriguez.
And Wróblewski had a 3-game hitting streak come into today's game. He extended that with 2 hits so far today, a single and a RBI double to bring in 2. As his 2-1 pitch is skipped in the dirt, but gathered by McLeod. 3 balls, 1 strike now to him.
And a walk RBI is not what Rodriguez wants. He's going to attack him here, and we'll have to see if he responds.
I'll see if he does. Here's the pitch. Swung on, missed. A good off-speed pitch to catch Wróblewski. Swings and misses through it, fills it up. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bases still loaded for Gonzaga, and they're leading 10-6 at the moment.
And as we said, attacked him there, and we got to think that he's going to attack him again.
Payoff pitch now for Wróblewski. Eric Rodriguez trying to put him in his back pocket. Here's the pitch. Swung on, chopped, third base slide. Obenauer fouled. And it's grabbed actually by Maddox Haley over there at third base. Because he's in foul territory, he is not out. It's just foul ball. That's why you'll hear coaches tell players at third base, you're going to take your lead in foul territory. So if the ball is smoked at you and it hits you in foul territory and you're not out. And if he was in fair territory and he grabbed it like that, he would be out, and he would be out number 2 of the inning. Again, 1 out here in the top of the 6th. Gonzaga leading 10-6. Here's the pitch. Swung on, lifted, high in the air, shallow right field, drifting foul. Shawnsby over trying to make a play on it. So is Gavin Roy. So is Max Hartman. Touches down between all 3 of them. Foul. And it looks like Jacob Wróblewski's going to have second life.
And if you are a Cougar fan, you got to feel kind of crappy about that one. 3 guys there, and it just lands right in the middle of all 3 of them. That was what Rodriguez needed, the free out, and they just don't come down with the ball.
Still a 3-2 count now for Jacob Wróblewski. Again, the base is still juiced. 1 out here in the top of the 6th. Here's the payoff pitch again. Just misses high and outside by a millimeter. And it's an RBI walk drawn by Jacob Wróblewski, 11-6. Gonzaga leading by 5.
Man, walked again. Gonzaga continues to run away with this. Bases loaded walk is one of the worst things you could do besides giving up a home run. So not what you want to see from the Cougars, and that could be it for Rodriguez.
And it is. The Cougs are really just throwing spaghetti at the wall right now to see what sticks. It wasn't Fast, wasn't Stowe, wasn't Hyder, wasn't Rodriguez. And we'll see if this next piece of spaghetti sticks to the wall or if the Cougs crumble. It's 11-6. Gonzaga leading here in the top of the 6th inning here at Bailey and Brighton. Coming to you live on KUGR, Cougar College Radio. I'm Smith Slye, joined by Gaige Anderson. We'll be back in just a few moments to tell you who this new pitcher is.
Pitching for the Cougars, number 47, Dylan O'Neill.
Yeah. See the crib and ask who did I steal from? Price tags on making the world feel something. They don't have enough to satisfy a real one. Mary Carter couldn't even get the deal done. Scared to come towards us, gotta run from us. Louisville hush money for my young gunners. Rick Pitino, I take them to strip clubs and casinos. Stack casinos, get on to you, scratch like Primo. Waters, I just opened up a can of those. My mother.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
First baseman, number 29, Tommy Eisenstadt.
That is a beautiful, beautiful day on the Palouse today. Nightfall has descended. Still a few spatterings of blue and turquoise there on the horizon, the remnants of the day. And, of course, the scoreboard, not quite as pretty. It's 11-6, Gonzaga leading. Dylan O'Neill coming out of the pen to relieve the Cougs. And his first pitch to Tommy Eisenstadt misses outside, ball 1.
And these have been long innings from both sides today, as we hit about 8:30 and the game started at 6. We're going pretty long here, just in the top of the 6th inning.
Next pitch to Eisenstadt was low and outside, almost in the dirt. Cloud had to work there to keep that in front of him, because if that ball gets away from you, the runner at third base, that of course is Meffert, would have come around to score. And here's the 2-0 pitch. Outside corner, painted beautifully for strike 1 to Tommy Eisenstadt.
Gotta crawl back in this if you are O'Neill. Cougar pitchers today just not finding their stride.
2-1 pitch, skipped low and inside. McLeod's able to get it on the backhand. Kind of forced Tyler Wall, the home plate umpire, to have to back away there. Did a little bit of a moonwalk to try and get away from that pitch, as did Eisenstadt. And he's got himself in a real favorable count. 3 balls and 1 strike. He's going to be swinging here. Let's see if he can't launch one. Here's the pitch. Swung on, grounded up the middle. Gavin Roy's there to field it. Flip to second, got the out there. Throw to first. Not in time. It kicks away. It'll roll to the fence. 1 run scores. 2 runs score. It's 13-6. Gonzaga taking advantage of the errors from the Cougars.
Man, loses the ball, offline throw. And if you're the Cougars, you're kicking yourself, because you're about to turn that double play. You're about to get out of the bases loaded jam, and boom, offline throw, unable to make the catch. Gonzaga, another run comes in to score. Only 2 outs for the Cougs now.
You put it brilliantly there, Gage. You got the ground ball that you need to get out of the inning, and you just booted it. You just bobbled it to throw to first, unable to get the outs. As Bo Schinkel chases after that top shelf fastball, fouls it off. Strike 1 to him. And it's 13-6 now. Gonzaga leading. Dylan O'Neill got the Cougs a routine ground ball right over to Gavin Roy. They still bobbled it. It's error number 2 for the Cougs so far today. Schinkel squares the bunt, pushes it down the third base line, and it just trickles foul. Obenauer puts his hands up, picks it up, flips it over to the dugouts, and O'Neill's going to get a new ball.
And the Cougs have got to crawl back into this one. Gonzaga putting up 5 runs already, just the top of this inning, and 5 runs in the previous top inning as well. So the wheels are starting to fall off, as we talked about in the beginning.
0-2 pitch, kind of on the hands, fouled back to the fence, and keeps the count at no balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, 1 runner on. That, of course, is Eisenstadt, who reached on that E6. And say 5 spots so far for Gonzaga here in the 6th inning. They also put up a 5 spot back in the 5th, which now makes it 13-6. Here's the pitch. Sailed high and outside. An obvious take there from Bo Schinkel. First ball that he's seen.
And if O'Neill can get out of this, the Cougs are going to need some pop on the Palouse to be able to crawl back to this win, it being 13-6.
1-2 pitch now to Schinkel. Off the end of the bat, a flare that gets just out of the reach of O'Neill. Grabbed by Northrup at short, who came in crashing. He's got no play at first, no play at second. Everybody's safe, and the wheels are just falling off for the Cougs here in the 6th inning.
I mean, we keep saying the same thing over and over and over again, and man, is it not looking good for Wazoo. They need to find something here, something. And they got to trust their guys.
Well, the Zags have officially batted around. Ricky Sanchez kicked it off here with a ground out over to first, and now he's back up to the dish. His first pitch, faced from McNeil, is high and inside, kind of zips past his chin. Ball 1.
And Gonzaga has gone all the way around the order, which, if that's the case, not good for the home team.
Ricky Sanchez goes after this pitch, lines it into right field. Hartman takes a few steps back, looks up, makes the catch to retire the side, but not before the Gonzaga Bulldogs tally 5 runs on only 3 hits, 1 error, and they do leave 2 men on base. We're going to move into the bottom of the 6th, and the Cougs have quite the mountain to climb here, down 13-6 to Gonzaga. But anything can happen here in what will eventually be a Pac-12 matchup next year. We'll see what happens on KUGR Cougar College Radio.
This WSU Cougar Hall of Famer tallied his career high in innings, sporting a 3.60 ERA. The answer A, Aaron Seeley, B, Joe McIntosh, or C, Richard Stiles. The answer is A, Aaron Seeley.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Well, Gonzaga has really put themselves on top in a big way here. 13-6, they lead it after a pair of 5 spots put up in the 5th and 6th inning. But like I said before, we came to break that anything can happen in Division I baseball, specifically with these two teams, the Cougs and Bulldogs, two really gritty programs who have the ability to, pull a rabbit out of the hat, one might say. As McClaskey is still on the mound for Gonzaga, he winds and fires the first pitch to Cam McLeod right there for strike 1.
And as I said before the break, the Cougs need some pop on the Palouse if they are going to get back in this game.
Pitch number 2 of the at-bat skipped in the dirt for ball 1. Your 3 guaranteed Cougs are Cam McLeod, Kyler Northrup, and then Trevor Smith at the top of the order. McLeod squares the bunt, pulls it back. The breaking ball just kind of fell out of the hands of McClaskey. Missed high, ball 2.
Gonzaga up 7. Cougars only have 6. Need to get something going here.
Here's a 2-1. Swung on, hard swing, fouled. Third base side, chops to the fence. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes for McLeod. And McLeod's a guy who joins the Cougs from Cloud County Community College. Finds Gavin Roy and Scott Ringett, 2 of his former teammates there. Here's his 2-2 offering. Outside, just misses the zone for ball 3. And Cam McLeod, he's a guy who's got some experience in Summer League baseball. Played with Victoria in 2024. He just missed Hudson Shoup, who played for Victoria in 2022, 2023, and 2025. As McLeod spoils that pitch right back to the fence, keeps the count at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Good stuff from McLeod here. Getting on base here will really put the Cougs in a position to get back in this game and start the scoring.
Payoff pitch, grounded hard over to second base. Shoup's there with it. Fires over to first to get the out. And it's a little 4-3 put out to kick off things here in the bottom of the 6th.
And just
number 5.
It's hard to be mad at that kind of hit because it's just right to the second baseman, but great contact on the ball, and nothing you can do there if you're the batter.
And Kyle Northrup had a 9-game hitting streak coming into today's game with the single that he had back in the 2nd. Now makes it double digits as he really takes a hack at the first pitch. He sees a breaking ball that really fooled him for strike 1. Now, last year with the Cougs as a freshman, he was great, usually off the bench. He had 10 multi-hit games, 3 multi-RBI games. So he watches ball 1 skip into the chest protector of Wróblewski. At one point, he had a 19-game on-base streak, a 17-game hitting streak to boots. And batted .291 when all things were said and done. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Kind of jammed him, fights it off right into the netting, and it drops right into the Gonzaga bullpen. The Bulldogs right there to lean back and grab it on the bare hand. That's an impressive play right there from one of the bench guys for Gonzaga.
Is that an out in banana ball? Does that count?
I believe it would count because I believe if you're on the bench, be considered as a spectator. And Northrop watches that pitch sail high. And Kyle Northrop out of Billings, Montana, was the number 1 prospect out of Montana in his recruiting class. 2-2 pitch. Kind of lunges at it, able to get a piece of it, fouled back to the nets. Kind of fends that one off.
Yeah, he's kind of just trying to survive here, swinging and just catching the weird spots of the bat, trying to drive something into the field.
2-2 yet again. Froze him right down the middle. A looking strikeout to sit down Northrop. And there's 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th. Trevor Smith with nobody on, 2 outs. It's a tough ask for him to get something going for the Cougs here in the 6th inning.
Gonzaga starting to find their groove. They gave up those 6 runs, but have sat down 5 straight Cougars, looking for the 6th now.
Trevor Smith, the freshman, he's had a really great campaign so far. He's batting .307 coming into this at bat. Takes the first pitch, low and outside for ball 1. And Smith, baseball's really in his blood. His older brother is currently in the Toronto Blue Jays system. And his dad, Brian Smith, was drafted by the Mariners back in 1995. As he hits this one high in the air, he's going to drop right back onto the mound. Third baseman Mikey Bell calls everybody off, makes the catch, throws it between his legs back to the mound, and the side is retired. The Cougs get no runs, no hits, commit no errors, and of course leave nobody on base. We're going to move into the top of the 7th. The Cougs trying to stop the bleeding, 13-6. Gonzaga leading. We'll see what happens in the last final stretch of this game.
Make sure you get your drinks and snacks soon. The concession stand and all alcohol sales will close at the end of the 7th inning.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We are back in a late one for the Cougars versus Gonzaga. We are in the top of the 7th inning with Mikey Bell up to bat for Gonzaga. He had a home run earlier, a 2-run homer, and he will lead off for Gonzaga after Gonzaga sits down 6 straight Cougars in back-to-back innings as Mikey Bell steps in the box. Pitching is Dylan O'Neill as he looks to ready the pitch for this inning. And that one is fouled, bounced backwards, and that'll quickly make the count 0-1 for Bell. Had kind of a right field shot right over the Bailey logo. A home run earlier in the game, looking for some more magic as that pitch is thrown and just kind of bounces off the bat and is counted as a strike. 0-2 of a weird foul ball that would have almost hit him. As we look at the replay here, as he ducked, the ball hit the bat and it counts as a foul ball. So 0-2 the count for Bell. Unfortunate if you're him. And he swings and misses at that one. Fouled that one off. Got just a little bit of the bat there.
I should say with that pitch that missed inside, hit off the bat, I've actually done that before. As a pitcher, I threw inside, I had a curveball that missed and it hit off the bat. It's one of the funniest things that will ever happen. It's really great.
And that one is slammed to left field. It's going up at the wall, and it is caught by the center fielder. Trevor Smith catches it right under the tee of the Washington State lettering and a long out. Great catch from Trevor Smith. And that'll put Mikey Bell down.
And that's about as loud of an out as you can possibly get, to the warning track, to the wall. I mean, Trevor Smith doing what he does best. He's got a gold glove out there, man. He can really make some great plays.
Left fielder Ryder Young at the plate now as he takes strike one. Kind of shook by that pitch from Dylan O'Neill, as quickly 0-1 for Ryder Young. Here comes the pitch, and that one gets him. Shook up for the first one, but is hit kind of the lower back, and he will take his first free base.
I want to go back to that, the pitch missing way inside, hitting off the bat for a foul ball. If you're listening, I don't know if he is, but Kevin Gonzaga, I played baseball with him all growing up. At one point, I played him during summer league baseball, and there was an at bat. I imagine you remember. I'm a lefty, he's a lefty. Had a curveball that I just missed, horribly on, way inside. He didn't drop the bat, hit right off the barrel, and I was able to sneak out of that bat, but I got him to fly out to right field. And so I remember this very vividly. So stuff like that, it's just the funny things in baseball. You don't see them that often, but when you see them, you remember these things that happen to you.
Maddox Haley takes ball one in the dirt. Runner on first for Gonzaga. 13-6. Cougs low, and that one's inside close. Almost got him again. Gonzaga leading here in the top of the seventh, 13-6. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. As O'Neill readies his pitch for Haley. Here it comes. And that one slammed left, and it's going to be just foul off the top of the Cougar bullpen. Man, that one was slammed. It just goes foul a little early on it.
Yeah, we say yanked with a capital Y on that one. Super early on it. You just got to be a little bit more on time. If you're slightly more on time, that ball is getting over the fence in left field.
Here comes the pitch. And, oh, no, that one hits Maddox Haley, and he will take first and move Ryder Young, who also got hit by a pitch, to second base. Not what you want to see from Dylan O'Neill. And here comes the coach. This could be the end of Dylan O'Neill as they look for another pitcher. We'll have to see if this is the end of the night for Dylan O'Neill.
And it looks like it will be. There's someone down there in the Cougar bullpen. Looks like the gate is opening. Someone will be coming out. I saw the number 25, so it might be Griffin Smith, the game 1 starter for Washington State, coming in relief. And that's not something that's uncommon. You'll see Griffin Smith actually a couple of games, usually games like this against Gonzaga, where the bullpen's kind of struggling a little bit. Your relief men aren't really getting you out of the game. You need someone like Griffin Smith to come in and shut it down. Looks like he's still staying in the bullpen. The gate, they closed the gates, so they might be letting Dylan. No, it looks like Nathan Cho just signaled down to the bullpen, and it will be Griffin Smith coming out of the pen here in relief. That or it's 35. It's really hard to tell from down here. So, depending on who it is, it might be Griffin Smith. We don't know exactly.
And we will take a little break here, let you know who it is when we get back. I'm Gaige Anderson, joined along by Smith Slye. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back to Bailey Brayton Field as we have a new pitcher for the Cougs, Caden Wickersham. And we hope that the kids have been put to bed. It's a late one here, a future Pac-12 after dark matchup as Caden Wickersham will throw the first pitch to Noah Meffert. And that is going to be a ball, another first pitch ball for the Cougs. Swear it's happened at almost every at-bat for the Cougs this game. And if it's not that, it's a hit by pitch. Here comes the pitch. And a huge swing and a miss from Noah Meffert to the right fielder as the count evens at 1-1.
I mentioned it before that Noah Meffert has yet to not get on base in this game. He has 3 singles plus a walk. He's trying to keep that streak going, but Wickersham's trying to snap it right here.
Wickersham from Oklahoma as he throws his first pitch and it's his third pitch as it's in the dirt. And that makes the count 2-1 as he falls behind once again. Wickersham kind of readies his pitch, gets the call from the catcher, checks on the runner on second, and here it comes. That one is way outside, and that'll make the count 3-1. Runners on second and first for Gonzaga. Gonzaga up 13-6 in the top of the 7th. A long barn burner game as Wickersham looks to ready another pitch for Meffert. Here it comes. And that one's cranked towards center field as he kind of steadies himself and catches it. Trevor Smith makes the catch, and that will retire that batter, bringing up 2 outs.
And that one was really tattooed to straight away center field. Trevor Smith takes a few steps back, kind of plants the back foot, gets underneath it, makes the catch. And this is kind of the part of the game, it is pitch black outside. You can't really see anything past the lights in the outfield. It's all dark. If that ball gets above the lights, let me tell you, it'll play some tricks on you. You'll just completely lose it. So you got to try and hope that these balls stay under the lights.
Hudson Shoup at the plate, and he is going to take strike 1, catches the bottom of the zone. And the count becomes 0-1 quickly. Wickersham trying to get out of the jam he was put into. 2 outs. Here comes the pitch. And that one catches the bottom of the zone again. It's going to be 0-2.
That's a pair of really good breaking balls there from Caden Wickersham. Just kind of drops them into the zone, fooling Hudson Shoup. Wickersham's a guy who was injured all of last year. He's a redshirt senior, and he's a guy who the Cougs are really happy to have back in the rotation.
Comes a pitch from Wickersham. It's just reached out there for a hit. It's going to get down in front of the center fielder. Run in will come to score as the second base runner will score, and that puts Gonzaga at 14-6. Runners on first and second as well.
And just another hit there for Hudson Shoup. He had a double back in the 5th that he came around to score on. Reached via the fielder's choice in the 4th, got all the way to 3rd before he got stranded. And, of course, came around to score in the 6th inning he got hit by a pitch, then came around to score. That was that 5-run 5th inning. 5-run 5th and 5-run 6th inning as well. It's now 14-6 Gonzaga leading with Jacob Rubleski up to bat.
Wickersham trying to get out of this jam. Runners on first and second again. A run just came in to score. And his first pitch to Jacob Rubleski is low for a strike. Just gets the bottom of the zone.
And I should note, too, that Rubleski's actually being pinch hit for by Reese Schuberman.
Is he? Oh. Well, Reese Schuberman at the plate now, catcher position. And that ball kind of hits at the feet of Schuberman and bounces off on a wild pitch, and the runners advance. So now runners on third and second.
And things just really not going Washington State's way right now. I mean, runners on second and third, both in scoring position. Schuberman's got an opportunity here to scrape 2 more across. And I would give them the mercy rule. If they can do it, they could walk it off right here with a clutch base hit.
These 2 runs come in. That'll do it for the game. And that is outside for a ball. 2-1 the count. Schuberman trying to make us go home early when I don't know if it's early because we are here very late.
I'd really appreciate it. I'd love to get home and make myself some dinner, warm up a little bit.
Here comes the pitch, and that one is fouled back. It's going to be 2-2 now.
Should say it's 54 degrees right now on the Palouse. The wind really hasn't ever died down. It kind of will just go dormant for a little bit, and then you have these bursts. There's like these micro bursts of intense wind, and hopefully one of them is well timed enough, and maybe Schuerman launches one out.
Schuerman hitting a .231 as he swings at that last pitch, and that will do it. That will end the top of the 7th finally for the Cougs as only one run comes in, and we will go to break as the Cougs come up to bat. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back to Bailey Brayton Field as the Cougs will come up to bat to try and find something. First up, leading off for the Cougars is going to be second baseman Gavin Roy, who, again, leads the Cougs in hits. So looking to get something started. Perfect guy to have in your leadoff spot. McClaskey still pitching for the Zags as the crowd has almost cleared out here in Bailey Brayton, as I could count the fans on almost one hand. First pitch to Gavin Roy is up and away. Gonna be ball one for Gavin Roy.
I gotta say, I love Gavin Roy's walk-up music. Great Escape by Gwen Stefani. Nothing better.
Next pitch to Gavin Roy is low, 2-0. Quickly the count. Exactly what Gavin Roy wants to see.
Also, I don't know if it's just I haven't noticed this all game or if this is a late game development, but Gavin Roy has just one batting glove on.
He probably does it for style, I'd have to say, as he quickly takes another ball up ahead now against McClaskey.
He looks looking like a golfer right now with the one glove on the left hand.
3-0 the count. Gonzaga leading 14-6. And just like that, 4 pitches, 4 balls. Gavin Roy takes first base.
I feel like the question is right now, who would be Gavin Roy's golf comp? Like who's the golfer that Gavin Roy looks like? A shorter guy. He's at the stash. He's a bit muscular. I'm trying to think, and maybe Canadian. But I can't think of anybody who we'd really correlate to, you know?
Up at the plate now is going to be right fielder Max Hartman, who had a home run earlier in the game, as it looks like the Cougs are going to pinch run Gavin Roy at first base. Here comes a pitch to Hartman. That one is outside. It's going to be ball one.
Yeah, it's Dane Chavez, the kid from Kennewick, who's pinch running, for Gavin Roy over at first base.
So Dane Chavez at first, Hartman at the plate, ball one. Another pitch. It's in there for a strike. Catches the zone. It's going to be 1-1, evens out the count. Cougars looking to drive in a run. Have not drove in a run since the 4th inning. Max Hartman hits that one. It's going to be caught by the second baseman, who's going to tag Chavez, and Going for the tag on Chavez actually gives Max Hartman the time to get to first base, and it's going to be only one out for the Zags as Max Hartman will take first base as Chavez gets tagged out on the way to second.
We really got to give a round of applause to Hudson Shoup. He is just a really dynamic defender at second base. I mean, that's kind of a chop ball right to him. He gets it, sees Chavez there, makes the tag, and just kind of Jeter throws it to first. But that was a dart that was on target. I mean, just not in time. I mean, there's really no way to get to there. But still, I mean, he's such a dynamic athlete at second base.
Mason Perello takes ball one. 1-0 the count. We are in the bottom of the 7th inning as the Cougs look to crawl back. And Perello swings and misses on that pitch. The count evens 1-1.
And Perello, he was the number 7 Washington prospect in his recruiting class last year, the 2025 recruiting class. And his parents actually both graduated from Wazoo back in 1990.
Hartman at first base off a wild pitch. He's going to take second, but Perello does swing at that one, so the count becomes 1-2, but moves Max Hartman to second. Max Hartman kind of got the chain on. You can see it hanging as he takes his lead off. 1-2 the count for Perello as he fixes his batting gloves and steps into the box. McClaskey still pitching for the Zags as Max Hartman takes his lead. Here comes the pitch. And swung on by Perello as he kind of trips and stumbles over himself. And the third baseman throws it to the first as Eisenstadt catches it, and that will put down Mason Perello.
And good play there from Mikey Bell. Sees that kind of high chopping ball over to him, cuts it off. I mean, on the run, he was moving quick. Gets it into the glove, transfers, throws on the run right over to Eisenstadt. First, kind of an easy play there. Now you got Dustin Robinson, lefty batter, righty pitcher McClaskey. Max Hartman on second base. Maybe you shoot one to the gap right here.
Dustin Robinson now. Here comes the pitch for him. And that one is going to be low for ball one. Max Hartman at second. 2 outs for the Cougars now. Still behind 6-14. 13 hits for the Zags, 9 hits for the Cougars on the day. Here comes the pitch. And that one is outside as well. 2-0 the count for Robinson.
And Robinson hasn't really been into play every single game this year for Washington State, but in the few games that he has been able to come into, he's done a really good job. He's got 7 multi-hit games so far, 5 multi-RBI games as well.
McClaskey the pitch to Robinson. And swung on and hit. That's going to drop down in front of the left fielder. It's going to be a single for Robinson, and Max Hartman will come in to score standing, bringing the Cougs lead from 6-7. Or sorry, their deficit from 6-7.
There you go.
Number 19, Ryan Chauncey.
Well, now he's going to have his former Cypress Community College teammate Ryan Shonsby up to bat. They're both lefties, both from Cypress Community College, both from California as well. Dustin Robinson's from Bray, California. Ryan Shonsby from Long Beach.
Ryan Shonsby at the plate, runner on first. Takes first pitch, and it's a ball inside. Robinson on first after driving in Max Hartman. 2 outs for the Cougs. Shonsby hits that one, and the third baseman's going to get down there with a nice catch and throw to first, and that will retire the Cougs. And we are going to the top of the 8th. A great play with 1 run for the Cougs, 1 hit for the Cougs, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Cougar baseball. Defensive change for the Cougars. Now playing second base, number 2, James Chavez.
you sit beside the phone. What were the things you wanted for yourself? Teenage ambitions you remember well.
Pinch hitting for the Bulldogs. Number 6, Landon White.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We are back here at Bailey Brayton Field for a late night, kind of a walk away here. Gonzaga is kind of walking away with the game, 14-7. Landon White at the plate, pinch hitting now for Tommy Eisenstadt. Landon White takes ball 1. He was JUCO Player of the Year in California, as he looks for another pitch from Wickerson. And that one gets to the inside. It's going to be ball 1 and strike 1.
And Landon White, he's another member of Gonzaga who's going to be going to Wenatchee this summer to play with the Apple Sox. He's joining Ryder Young, along with Kainoa Santiago, and Joe Thornton, who's a returner to the Wenatchee Valley.
And Landon White rips that one to left field. And it bounces off the wall, just doesn't get over, and that'll be a lead-off double for Landon White. Comes in to pitch hit and immediately sees a pitch he likes and doubles.
Man, that was just absolutely ripped. I mean, ripped into left field, puts a dent in the wall out there. Matt Priest can just look up and watch. That's all he can do. And now the Bulldogs have a runner on second base. You got Bo Schinkel up to bat. This is a great opportunity for them to, possibly force the mercy rule. You got to get to 17 if you want to force the mercy rule.
Bo Schinkel Jr. takes strike 1 on the left side of the zone. He's a lefty batter. As Wickerson readies another pitch. Runner on second for Gonzaga, as that one is kind of bounced. Going to be to the shortstop, who's going to throw it in time. He's out at first base, but it does move Landon Wright up to third, and the Cougs get 1.
Shortstop, number 38, Ricky Sanchez.
And again, Kyle Northrup, he's a great defender over at short, able to cut that ball off, and he's got a great arm. There's a reason why he played third last year. He could really huck the ball from the corner infield spot, so you move him to short, and he's going to make some pretty good plays like that.
Ricky Sanchez at the plate now as the lineup turns over. Here comes the pitch from Wickerson, and that one is slammed on. There it gets by Northrup into center field, and that is going to be an RBI single for Ricky Sanchez as Landon Wright comes in to score.
Good piece of hitting there for Ricky Sanchez. I mean, I say it a lot. I believe it. The best count to hit in is 0-0. First pitch of the at-bat. You always want to go after it. Hits it up the middle. And, I mean, Ricky Sanchez was hunting for his first hit of the ballgame. He's drawn a pair of walks, grounded out, flew out, and finally he's got a single, and it's an RBI single to boot.
Mikey Bell at the plate now has had himself a game with a home run, 2-run homer in the top of the 5th. Also was hit by a pitch in the top of the 6th. Looking to get something going for the Zags. They're trying to walk off the Cougs as Wickerson readies himself for the pitch. And that one is slammed down center line, right past first base, as Sanchez will take third easily. Runners on first and third off a single for Mikey Bell. Phenomenal game for him.
Yeah, that one was just scorched off the barrel. I mean, Wickersham had to kind of take cover there, try and get his head out of the way. I'll say I'm familiar with those. Last week on Sunday, I played with the club baseball team here at Wazoo. We were doing some live at-bats. I remember I was pitching to a guy, and he just really, just pulverized one right back at me, and it hit off my throwing hand. I couldn't get out of the way. It's just one of those ones where, you just kind of try and protect, the sensitive bits and try not to get hit anywhere important. And it hit off my hand. And let me tell you, I was feeling that for a long time. And it looks like, you hit Nathan Choate coming out to talk to Wickersham. There's some movement in the Cougar bullpen. You're not sure if Wickersham's night is done or if they want to let him ride it out.
Yep, having a conversation with Wickersham and McLeod, trying to figure out what's going on as the ump begins his walk to kind of close out this meeting.
Yeah, like I said before, in baseball, typically when the umpire gets out there, you're supposed to break the meeting. Nathan Choate's not doing that. The home plate umpire, Tyler Wall, is standing right there between them, talking to him a little bit, probably saying, hey, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. Can we wrap it up? Can we please wrap it up? And now finally Nathan Choate's going to walk back to the dugout. Tyler Wall's kind of talking to him a little bit too.
And if I'm Tyler Wall there, I do give him some extra time. How bad the deficit is, but it looks like Wickersham is gonna get the next batter as well.
Yeah, 15-7, Gonzaga leading here. They're 2 runs away from getting the go-ahead mercy rule potential win. They'd have to get the next 3 Cougar batters out. But right now, it's all on the shoulders of Ryder Young.
Ryder Young, see the first pitch and high and close to him. Ball 1. 1-0 the count, 1 out, 15-7. 16 hits for Gonzaga on the day, 10 hits for the Cougs. And that one is low. It's going to be ball 2. And you can't knock the Cougs. They have had a great performance on offense. It's just the defense and the pitching has not been there for the Cougars today.
And it just sucks when you make 2 errors, give up 16 hits, and have a couple of the blunders that you've had in this game. It's going to slip away from you.
Pitch from Wickerson gets past Northrup for a base hit. That'll score another run. And Gonzaga will drive in another run as Young gets a single. Runners on first and second now.
A great day so far here for Ryder Young. Actually, I probably shouldn't say that. You struck out looking in the first, grounded into a double play in the third, popped out to first base in the 5th, did reach base with a walk in the 6th, got hit by a pitch in the 7th, and had just had that single.
So Gonzaga only needs 1 to walk the game off. The winning run at second base as Haley pops that one up to center field, and the runner will kind of fake the tag up, but it'll be thrown in time, and the runner won't go. So runners at first and second with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Gonzaga kind of looking to get out of this one inning early.
Yeah, that was a really good deke there from Mikey Bell at second. I mean, about a mile-high fly ball into center field. Like I said, that one got above the lights. You could see Trevor Smith kind of struggling to track it down. He did make the play on it. And then a good deke from Mikey Bell to get him to kind of throw that ball away a little bit.
And Noah Meffert will take ball 1 high above the zone as Wickersham is looking to finish this one. Kind of ready to pitch. Looks at the second base. And that one is low. Falling behind to 2-0.
Yeah, Gonzaga just needs to get 1 run here. That would make it 17-7. Then they just have to sit down the next 3 Cougar batters, and they'll be able to cruise to that 17-7 mercy rule win.
And a swing and a miss. Oh, he was looking for the yard ball on that one. Count becomes 2-1 for Gonzaga. Noah Meffert kind of stands into the box, does a little squat as Wickersham looks at second, and here comes the pitch. And inside. Almost got him on the hands. It's going to be 3-1 the count.
Yeah, you saw him kind of shy away from it, kind of turn away after that pitch missed way well inside. Didn't hit him on the hands, but it's one of those things where, like, man, that really kind of rattles you if you're worried that's going to hit you on the wrist.
Here comes a pitch and fouled back. We'll do that one again. It'll be 3-2 the count now.
I will say, Caden Wickersham has not been afraid to pitch in on these guys. So have the other Cougar pitchers as well. They hit a couple of batters, so they're definitely not afraid to pitch inside, which can be good. But if you pitch too far inside, you end up hitting as many guys as you have in this game.
And that one is bounced, and it hits the Gonzaga runner going to third, and that's it. That's how the inning ends as we go to the bottom of the 8th, and the Cougar batters will be up next. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Celebrate responsibly. Tonight's game is sponsored by Boost Collaborative. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities off the Palouse.
Yes, of course.
pitching for the Bulldogs, number 17, Michael Keeley.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back to Bailey Brayton Field for the Cougars versus the Gonzaga Bulldogs as we enter the bottom of the 8th inning. Cougars behind against Gonzaga 16-7. Gonzaga totaling 18 hits with the Cougars just totaling 10. Not a bad day from the Cougars offensive-wise, but defensive-wise, the Cougars have not been there. As Ollie Obenhauer takes the plate for the Cougars to lead off hitter.
And I should say for Gonzaga on the mound now, it's the senior from Spokane, Michael Keneally.
Michael Keneally kind of gathers himself as he gets ready to throw his first pitch as Ollie steps into the box. Here comes the first pitch from Keneally. And that one is on the inside of Ollie Obenhauer for ball one.
Yeah, Keneally, he transfers into Gonzaga from Spokane Falls Community College and actually went to Gonzaga Prep High School. So he was kind of destined to be a Zag.
Here comes the pitch from him. And that one gets the plate. It'll be a 1-1 count now. We are in the bottom of the 8th inning. Gonzaga leading 16-7 against the Washington State Cougars as Keneally readies his pitch for Obenhauer. And that one is in there for another strike. 1-2 the count. Obenhauer falling behind.
And we talked a lot about some of the guys on Gonzaga who are playing for the Wenatchee Apple Sox. Keneally, he played for the Apple Sox back in 2023.
As Keneally readies the pitch for Obenhauer. And that one kind of hits the ground in front of Obenhauer. Doesn't even have to think about swinging that one as the count is 2-2.
And while Keneally did play for Wenatchee back in 2023, last summer he was actually in the Alaskan Summer League. I don't know how exactly you get recruited to go play in Alaska, but it must be pretty fun though in the summer.
Comes the pitch. And that one gets it as Obenhauer strikes out. Looking, and Keneally kind of finds his pitches there. Not looking good for the Cougs as their leadoff man strikes out.
Yeah, it's going to be Alexandre Gigier coming in to pinch hit for Cam McLeod. He's the freshman out of Quebec, Canada. So kind of taking over behind the dish for McLeod today.
Gigier hitting a .293, but has not played in many games as he takes ball one in the dirt.
And he has a Mountain West Conference Freshman of the Year, Freshman of the Week award after a 3 home run performance against Texas State earlier on.
Whoa! And that ball hits him straight in the helmet and flies way off into the crowd. Oh my God. I've never seen anything like that before. As the first pitch is bounced off of his helmet and into the crowd. As he gets his free base.
There's a reason why we wear helmets in baseball. That's why right there. I mean, that got sent a country mile off the dome.
And he earns that free base as the first pitch for Kyler Northrup is a strike. I've never seen anything like that in baseball.
Oh, my goodness.
Right in the top of the head, over the netting, over the crowd, and into the parking lot. Here comes the next pitch for Northrup as he swings. He's kind of jammed and fouled over into the opposing team's bullpen. Count becomes 0-2 with a runner on first for the Cougs.
I should say that, Washington State, their plan of attack has always kind of been this danger ground. When pitches come inside like that, they'll take hit by pitches. Sometimes to, a bit of a comical extent like that. Even if it's right between your eyes, you'll stand your ground and take it off the dome.
And that hit by pitch kind of explains the day for the Cougs as Northrup will get his next pitch. And it's swung on and kind of fouled off as it bounces backwards. The count stays 0-2 and will do it again. One out for the Cougs with a runner on first after the weirdest hit by pitch I've ever seen. And Giger will take his lead off as Northrop gets ready for another pitch from Keneally. And slam straight to the shortstop. And that'll be out number 2 for the Cougs.
That's unfortunate there for Kyler Northrup. If you're a baseball player, you see that happen to one of your guys where he just lines it right to the glove of Chavez over there at short. You'd say, Merry Christmas. Look what I found, right? It's a line drive right to him, barely has to move, make a really easy play.
And Cole Watterson pinch hitting for Trevor Smith now, hitting a 0-0-0 on the season, just like Smith in club baseball.
That's true.
Seems like the Cougs are trying to get those guys that don't get many reps. And as he is immediately hit by a pitch, comes in, kind of feels like, oh, maybe I'll get myself a couple at bats, and is just immediately hit him. Take his base as Dane Chavez comes to the plate now, who pinch run earlier for Gavin Roy and is now pinch hitting for Gavin Roy.
That's a plethora of pinch hitters right now for the Cougs.
2 outs for the Cougs as Chavez sees his first pitch, and that is a strike for Chavez. 0-1 quickly the count. 2 outs. Gonzaga leads 16-7. Runners on first and second for the Cougs, looking to do whatever they can in this situation. Outside for Chavez. 1-1 the count evens.
Yeah, Chavez, he's a kid out of Kennewick, Washington, played for Kennewick High School. One of the top-rated prospects in the state of Washington. And the Cougs are really lucky to have him.
And Chavez was a 4-year letter winner in baseball and in basketball, and had 1 year was a 1-year letter winner in football as he takes ball 2 up out of the zone. Something about being in every sport in high school.
Take advantage of it while you can.
Runners on first and second for Chavez as Keneally pitches. And it's in there for a strike. 2-2 the count evens. 2-2. 2 outs. Runners on first and second. It's 2s all around the board. 16-7. Gonzaga leads by a hefty margin. Here's the pitch. And swung on and missed. Chavez it's fouled off, and Chavez will do the 2-2 count again.
That's brutal there for Tyler Wall. Just kind of nicked the ball there off the barrel of Chavez. Got past the catcher and then just hits Tyler Wall. It looked like it might have caught him in the goodie bag, not going to lie.
Chavez, 14 hits on the season, hitting a .416 on base percentage. So not the worst for him, as the count is 2-2 again with 2 outs, runners on first and second. McNeely readies the pitch. And it's fouled back. We'll do it again.
And Chavez trying to piece together a quality at bat here late in this game, coming in to relieve Gavin Roy. And of course, Giger there at second, relieving McLeod. Cole Watterson at first, relieving Trevor Smith. So right now, the Cougs are just kind of throwing everybody out there to get them some reps.
Here comes the pitch for Chavez. Swung on, kind of pumped into no man's land, and that'll get down for a base hit. Runner from third to score. That'll score for the Cougs as the third baseman kind of can't get his hand on it. And it kind of bounces away as the Cougs will add 1 to their score. So 16-8 now. And a weird over to third no man's land hit for
number 23,
Chavez as he brings his total to 15 hits on the season.
Yeah, good job there from Dane Chavez. Just kind of parachute that ball into left field. Yeah, I feel bad for Ryder Young, the left fielder, come in to make a play on it, completely bobbled it, and a good send by the third base coach. He told his runners to get going. He knew that ball was dropping.
And that first pitch to Max Hartman is a ball.
Yeah, Max Hartman is one of those guys who, even when you're getting blown out like this, you'll still keep him in the game. You don't pinch hit for him.
Max Hartman kind of wants those reps, looking maybe go in the draft this upcoming draft. So Keneally trying to get closer to closing out this game. Runners on second and third for Max Hartman as that one is cranked to right field. And the right fielder is going to get under it to end the inning for the Cougs. It's going to be one run coming in for the Cougs in a pity run with 2 hits. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Let's take a look at all of your upcoming Cougar events presented by Nike. When you wear Nike, you wear what the Cougars wear. This pitching change is brought to you by Boost Collaborative. Now pitching for the Cougars, number 44, Brock Cross. Attention fans, now playing center field, number 7, Cole Watterson. At catcher, number 4, Alexander Jaguar.
Can this be this stranger at my door? Although I know I've seen it once before. Come on, why can't I remember your name now?
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Well, Coug fans, we're getting towards the home stretch here, top of the ninth. The light at the end of the tunnel is finally visible, but we still got one full inning of baseball left to play here. As pinch hitting in the 6-hole spot, it's number 12, Peyton Miller for Gonzaga. And on the mound, the Cougs are going to lean on Brock Cross to try and get him across the finish line. First pitch to Miller. Swung on, lined, foul down the third baseline, bangs off the fence in front of the Cougar bullpen, and the Gonzaga dugout getting really hyped for that first pitch line shot from Peyton Miller.
They must really like this guy. He must be one of the guys that doesn't really get a lot of reps, and so you put that guy out there and he kind of slams a ball like that. You get excited. You get a little excited as a teammate.
Case why not type of guy. 0-1 count now for Miller. Brock Cross from the stretch. Breaking ball, spiked it in the dirt right in front of Miller. Ball 1, evens it up. 1 ball and 1 strike. No outs here at the top of the ninth. It is 16-8. Gonzaga leading. 1-1 count for Miller.
Yeah,
Gonzaga trying to put this game away. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball right down the middle, taking 4 strike 2.
Yeah, that ball kind of bounced before it even hit the dirt, so caught me off guard a little bit.
Bit of an optical illusion sometimes. You're trying to react to what's happening in the moment. You're like, what just happened? That was kind of a weird delivery. 1-2 pitch, spiked about 3 feet in front of the plate again. Bangs off of the chest protector of Alexander Jaguar. No damage done, though. Nobody's on base, so don't have to worry about those pass balls. And it's a 2-2 count now for Miller. 2-2 count. Brock Cross lifts and delivers. Grounded over to Kyler Northrup. He gathers at the numbers, throws across to first, and they got the outs. Nice little 6-3 putouts to kick things off here at the top of the ninth.
Yeah, that was just some good defense right there. At the point in this type of game, you just want to see that. You want to go home.
And like we mentioned, Brock Cross on the mound for Washington State. He's a freshman out of Arizona. Had only played in 6 games up until this point. This is now his 7th cameo on the year. And he's going to face off against Reese Schurman. First pitch to Schurman. Fastball, center cut, strike 1. Oh, 1 count now for Schurman, the redshirt sophomore out of Spokane. Went to Mount Spokane High School. His 0-1 pitch is fouled high and back out of play. 0-2 count now for the kid from Spokane.
And the Cougs just looking to get the 3 outs and go home, lick their wounds, get ready for their next series.
0-2 count. Cross lifts and delivers. Breaking ball, and he got him. A curve that just dropped off. Schurman chases after it, and it's a quick 2 outs here in the top of the 9th.
Beautiful stuff from him there. Exactly what you want to see, especially for bringing a guy like Brock Cross in this late.
And Cross rocking a 0.00 ERA. He has been flawless. And that was actually his first strikeout of the year. He's typically a first baseman and a catcher. He's coming in to pitch tonight for Washington State. His first offering to Landon White, sails outside, ball 1. Landon White had a double back in the 8th inning, came around to score to try and put this game away. As his next pitch is center cut, strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike, 2 outs, blank canvas for Landon White, nobody on. It's 16-8, Gonzaga leading by 8 runs. Cross working from the stretch with nobody on. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball sent right back to where it came from, up the middle, into the glove of Cole Watterson, who took over for Trevor Smith in center field. And it's a 2-out base knock for Landon White. He's 2 for 2 on the day.
And good for him, someone coming in to pitch hit for someone else in a blowout game and gets knocking up those other hits is kind of what you want to see.
And when you get a chance to shine like this, you got to take advantage of it. As pinch hitting for Bo Schinkel, it'll be Luca DiPaolo taking over in the 9-hole spots. He's got a runner on with 2 outs. Goes after the first pitch, grounds it past the diving Northrup into left field. And Gonzaga has a pair of singles here with 2 outs in the top of the 9th.
And just more hitting from Gonzaga. That's all it's been all night is just hit. Up to 20 hits now. There's only 9 innings in a baseball game.
20 hits for Gonzaga, just 11 hits for Washington State. 2 errors on the Cougs side, only 1 for Gonzaga. But all that really matters is the score. It's 16 runs for Gonzaga, only 8 for Washington State. As Brock Cross lifts and fires first pitch to Ricky Sanchez.
And the Cougs will kind of have to lick their wounds and go on to face New Mexico at home in their next series. So hopefully they can get their stuff together.
1-0 pitch to Sanchez. Right down the middle. He was taken all the way. That's strike 1. Yeah, you mentioned the fact that the Cougs are going to be staying at home and take on New Mexico. And I mentioned it, feels like a millennia ago back in the open of this game. The fact that Gonzaga is a team that does a really good job of just spoiling the Cougs' momentum. They did that last year, and they're doing it again right here. 1-1 pitch, upstairs, ball 2.
And then Gonzaga will go to face LMU at home. So that'll be a good series for them as well. Hopefully they'll look to keep the momentum from this win into that game.
Plate umpire Tyler Wall will call time here. Looks like there was a little bit of a false start. 2-1 count for Ricky Sanchez. 2 runners on. At first, it is Bo Schinkel. At second base, it is Landon White. As, oh my goodness, Sanchez really launches this one into left center field, but right there to make the catch, Matt Priest. And that retires the side. The Zags get no runs on 2 hits, no errors, but do leave 2 runners left on base. Ladies and gentlemen, we're into the home stretch. 1 more half inning left. And let's see what the Cougs do here. Down by 8 runs. Will they have the comeback of the century, or will they do what most people are expecting them to do and close out this game and move on to their next series against New Mexico? You're listening to Cougar Baseball only on KUGR, Cougar College Radio. I'm Smith Slye, joined by Gaige Anderson. Don't you dare go away. We'll be back in just a few moments.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Well, the Gonzaga Bulldogs are 3 outs away from securing a 16-8 win, but the Cougs might not go quietly into the night. Leading it off here for Washington State, it's Mason Perello, the freshman out of Sammamish, Washington. As Keneally's still on the mound for Gonzaga, his first pitch to Perello, grounded over to Mikey Bell at third. He dives, makes it the play, throw to first. They got him. What a play. Mikey Bell smothers it on the left side, and there's one away here in the bottom of the ninth.
And Mikey Bell has just been on fire on defense, offense all game today. You got to give player of the game to Mikey Bell. Holy crap.
And Dustin Robinson up to bat here with 1 out, bottom of the ninth. The Cougs are down by 8 runs. And head coach Mark Matchall for Gonzaga is going to make the slow walk out. And that's it for Keneally. Why are you doing that with 1 out here in the bottom of the ninth? This game is now at 9:30 p.m. It's a 3-hour, 30-minute game. And you know what? Let's slow it down a little bit more. Let's bring in a new face to the mound to try and get the last 2 outs here in the bottom of the ninth. You're up by 8. And Gonzaga just really trying to put their foot on the gas and really choke out the Cougs in the last half inning of this ball game. We'll see who this new Gonzaga bullpen member is here in a little bit. Listen to Cougar Baseball only on KUGR, Cougar College Radio. We're going to step aside for just a little bit.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Well, the Zags called to the bullpen for the last time tonight for no apparent reason, and they'll bring in Carson Boyer to try and close things out here with just 2 outs left in the bottom of the ninth. And pinch hitting for Dustin Robinson, it's Joel Fernandez. He goes after the first pitch he sees and flares it into right field deep back to the wall. Meffert makes the catch right in front of the warning track, and there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the ninth. The Cougs down to their last out.
And you have to kind of wonder why they bring in another guy here with only 2, well, at the time, 2 outs remaining. And maybe just to give another guy a shot who hasn't really got a shot.
And it must be just about getting him reps, just trying to get him some opportunities to get in and play and develop a little bit. Now it's Ryan Shonsby, the senior from Long Beach. 2 outs and nobody on. Blank canvas. First pitch to him outside. If you're just joining us, Gonzaga is leading 16-8 here in the bottom of the ninth. 2 outs. Cougs down to their last out. Ryan Shonsby at the plate. 1-0 pitch to him. Just misses outside. Ball 2.
At one point at Bailey Brayton, we had a full crowd, and now we have about 15 people.
And you can hear a pin drop here at Bailey and Brayton as Ryan Shonsby fouls that one in on the hands. Strike 1 to him. And now you're getting to the point where it's just girlfriends and family members here watching their Cougs play. 2-1 pitch. Low and outside, ball 3. Should say girlfriends, family members, and broadcasters, the only people still here. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Shawnsby. Here's the pitch. Swung on, grounded over to second on the backhand, shoot, slides, throws to first, and that does it. The Gonzaga Bulldogs win this game 16-8. They lead the series 2-0 so far this year. And a game where they put up 20 hits, 16 runs, only 1 error. There's not a lot the Cougs can do to battle back against their Northern State rivals.
Yeah, what a great game from Gonzaga. And no hate to the Cougs. They put up great offensive numbers. It's just in a day like this, you're putting your bullpen guys out there, and stuff like this happens. You get blown out, and unfortunately, that's just what happens.
You see, the Cougs last year pitching was a little bit of an Achilles heel, and you saw it again this year as well. Whenever you have bullpen days, whenever you don't have guys by the name of Griffin Smith, Nick Lewis, Luke Myers starting, things tend to just kind of not go your way. The bullpen is not the strength for Washington State, so when you have bullpen days, you see what happens right there. 20 hits, 16 runs allowed. And for the Cougs, like we mentioned it, both these teams were hot coming into this, one-off non-conference game. And this, basically, it's a 4-game series, Cougs versus Gonzaga, but they break it up piecemeal over the year. That will not be the case for next season when they play in the Pac-12. I'm really excited to see how that works. But this is a game, again, both teams coming into this game. Cougs really hot in the Mountain West Conference. The Zags really hot in the West Coast Conference. Now they have an 11-game win streak. That's right. They had a 10-game win streak coming into today. Now they have an 11-game win streak, and it was a battle of who was going to stay hot and who was going to get their momentum snuffed out. And today, it was the Cougs who had their momentum snuffed out against the Zags.
Yeah, and the Zags just been on fire, leading the West Coast Conference, looking to try and take that title. Coming into the second half of the season, both teams are going to try to keep it together, and the Cougs are going to try to climb up those Mountain West Conference standings in those conference games coming up, especially against New Mexico.
Well, the Cougs moved to 21-20 overall on the year, and now they got 3 games against UNLV, plus another 3 games set at home against Fresno State, so a pair of conference matchups for Washington State here on Bailey and Brayton. Some exciting baseball on the horizon, but not the result they were looking for tonight. They lose 16-8 to Gonzaga, and that does it for today's broadcast of Cougar Baseball on the Palouse. I'm Smith Slye, joined by Gaige Anderson. Thank you so much for joining us here on KUGR, Cougar College Radio, the home of Cougar Athletics. Remember, everybody, it is a great day to have a great day, and go Cougs.
Go Cougs.